Whew. Okay. Crazy night. Had to add myself and trying to get a couple of pictures around. So sorry for the late live. It's probably going to be hopefully not a long one, but it's going to be a very interesting one because someone's been doing their homework, especially after they went and gave Purple more credit and watched her whole 5-hour live again from yesterday just because somebody said something that I said in there that wasn't there. Hey, Lady Boom, and hey, Jill, and hey to the other 7 in the back. Hate watching back there, huh? You're afraid about what I'm about to say. I don't know. Look, I really, seriously was gonna let it go. I was done with it. Like, I put my last shit up there last night. I was done with it. But, yeah. Here we are because... Shining, shining, shining. Oh, that hefty little lip that you got going on there. Talk about me fibbing. Bruh. Making up all kinds of shit, bruh. CJ. Hey, Chaos Queen. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to you in my deepest condolences for that day. That day, how it happened. So we are going to talk about that. But you do have my deepest condolences, and I'm sorry if you feel that I was being insensitive towards you. You guys say that it was on chat. I personally didn't hear it, but I was told whenever you left me, and I believe it was me and Charlie Girl that was there, and she told me why, about the loss of your son, and I felt horrible, and I didn't realize that it was the memorial. But how all of it happened isn't how you claim. Okay. So I don't know if we just need to jump right on up into it, huh? Shining. Because man, oh man. You a fibber. You are literally a fibber. And you literally lied to Charlie Girl on that live last night. And she was in shock because she thought that I said that somebody messaged me. And she's like, oh, really? On the day that everything shut off. Girl, you need to clean your ears out. Clean them out, because I literally sat the whole 5-hour live saying, did I really say that? Because I don't remember even saying that. I'm like, it was totally questioning my insanity here for a moment. Bruh, clean your ears. It was not said, because I never said it. You know what I did say? And I'll say it again. I had woke up early that morning when Jenna was on live early that morning, and I was listening. I was listening while I was laying down, in and out of sleep. And whatever was kicking off in the live between Purple and Jenna. Okay? Nobody messaged me because there was nobody to message me about. People didn't even know I was around for that 1.5 years. Nobody messaged me. I came up here by myself, lone star, like all by myself. I heard that, and I heard my name, Dusty. And that's when I said, no, 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 no. And that's whenever I did go over on Purple's live the very first time, but there's nothing about her messaging me because Purple can't message me. She don't have my number. She don't have Facebook with me. None of that. She never messaged me. Nobody messaged me. You nothing but a fake ass lie. You're a liar. Man, how I looked up to you. You ain't nothing but a control freak and a liar. Big liar. And I've explained and about all that rabbit hole shit and stuff. I've explained all that. People, all they got to do is just take a little bit and go back and look. Wow. That was some audacity. Hello, Seeker. Hello, Chaos Queen. That was really some audacity. That was a fucked up move, too. I heard the shock. Like, really? And Charlie Girl's tone, like, really? Charlie Girl, I didn't lie to you. It is how it is and what I said. Who lied to you is your girl sitting right on up over there. That's who lied to you. But they ain't going to admit that shit. But don't worry, because I also got you more, Shining. You said that I brought it to YouTube, right? That it was me, and you made the comment, go to your Facebook because you did the first live on Facebook. Now, bruh, you fucked up again. Man, I love my receipts. I love my receipts. It's probably going to be a 2-hour, a little bit longer live tonight because I got a 2-hour video that I'm going to play. It's my video, so there's no copyright on it. Ain't nobody got to worry about it because it's my video. My video. On Facebook. But the funny part about it is there was one video before that on Shining's Coffee Talk that is now missing. And you know, it's funny. She says on there, we don't dirty delete. I don't dirty delete neither. I still have everything. I even went all the way back to my BART days to pull up messages. I got them. Hi, Miss Buckeye Mama. It's going to be a video that was done. It's actually the second video, not the first video. And my videos happen to be on Facebook. Shining wants to sit over there and say that I brought it to YouTube. We brought it to YouTube, but it broke on Shining's channel. So Shining, how about letting the lives go? You got them? You dirty delete them? Or you hit them? Because there's truth in those lives, right? What Dusty's been talking about, right? And we do have the receipt. I do have those receipts. That was in that chat about talking, who put in there that what was going on with the girls. So I got a little bit to touch on before I go over there, though. This is to a lot of you ladies that sat there in that chat for 10 months with me. Y'all know that my child is hooked on my hip. Hooked on my hip. And y'all's brought my child into it. I guess it's fair game, right? Like literally fair fucking game. Let alone a minor child, you say her name. You don't even have the fucking decency to take it out at least. Wow. Just wow. So your little pot shots at me, you've been pot shotting at my child too. You forget I live in a small home. She hears everything. She ain't a happy camper right now, especially being body shamed. Hey, you ladies, the ones that she trusted in, I'll tell you something, that child ain't ever been on camera in a pair of panties and a bra. Y'alls are full of shit. Just full of shit. I think there was one time, and she ran over and got up under a blanket. It was quick, and I got on to her about it. If y'all remember, but we were in a private chat. In a private chat, there were no men that were around. And every time, you guys don't know that because that's in the secrecy probably of my home. Whenever I get ready to go on live, the first thing I tell her, if she's in her room or if she's sitting around in her undies, I'll tell her I'm going to be going on live or I'm going on camera. And she will go put something on. And that's before I even open up any camera or even open up anything in the house. How dare you ladies even body shame this child? How dare you? Hypocrite much? Calling the kettle black? My child has never came up to you ladies on hearing in a chat and said, hey, somebody's touching me. Have she? No, she hasn't. Mm. Mm-mm. You talk about anime. My daughter likes to draw. She has her own drawing thing. She's really good at it. She makes commissions at it. She draws her own drawing style. And it's not anime. And how you have sexualized my child with the way she dresses in public. And girls, the skirts are not that short. They're down to her fucking kneecaps. Or just a little bit above the shin. You fucking serious? Are you literally fucking serious? I would love to show the photos. But she's a minor child. Because people will be disgusted with what you just said about her. All to get back. And that CPS report that was made about being on camera and everything else. Really? Really? Who's Bart the Zombie Cat? You a troll or are you somebody that I know? Because I'll zap you because, I mean, I'm not even going to come up here and play with you guys tonight. You know what? I ain't going to do it. Bye, Vish. You're gone. Stupid ass people. It's some fucked up shit, man. Bart, stop again. Just trying total distraction, right? Just literally want to have total fucking distraction. This child, because she wears leggings that match with her outfits, maybe thigh high, maybe knee high, maybe a little bit over the knee high. Who fucking cares? Why are you sexualizing what she puts on? She likes her, I wouldn't call them goth shoes. What, uh, platform shoes? Who cares? Who fucking cares? She's dressed appropriately in public and cute. She's not in a halter top in public. She's not in a sports bra in public. She is probably in a full-bodied shirt in public. She's a 16-year-old child. Who the fuck are y'all to sexualize this child? And the clothes that she's wearing, putting it up to anime. Wow. And I've said, and you guys know it, 100%, this child has always been in shorts, whether they're short shorts or whatever they are in her home, her own home, in a crop, a halter top, or like the sports bra. I mean, come on. Like, girls go to the gym in these bras. People run outside. Females run outside and have these bras on. So you're objectifying my child because she's wearing that in her own home? And that CPS report that you guys are talking about, the fraud report that was called on me 3 years ago, you're like, oh, yeah, she does the same thing on camera, because I was with you guys on camera, and my child's my sidekick. She was on camera with you guys in private. Private because she's a child. A child that was going through extreme anxiety, extreme depression, and grief. And y'all just fucked it up, man. Fucked it up. I hope you all are proud of you, how you just destroyed this child's image and how you made her feel. She didn't go cry. Honey, no. My baby girl is angry. She cannot believe that you ladies sexualized her on the clothing that she was wearing. Unbelievable. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Y'all was messed up, man. Y'all, that is completely messed up. I've never went after any of y'all's children. Nor would I. I never went after Jenna's children. I was only doing the right thing because these children said what they said, and you cannot backtrack from it. It's in writing. It's in a chat. I may not have heard what they said, but I'm very aware at the time that it was said because it was, oh my God. It was an oh my God moment. Yeah, we did sit on it before it went out. And maybe I was the one that had my little anger moment. But you guys knew about that. 100%. Stop backpedaling. 100% you ladies knew about it. Y'all just pulling up the past and just trying to dish on me and threaten and threaten. Man, some of y'all need to look in the fucking mirror. Especially you, Shining, because you are nothing but a liar as well. A big time liar. Because you sat up on your panel last night and did nothing but lie through your fucking teeth. It ain't even about Eloise or Eloise or anything. Y'all weren't even fucking funny. I just went along with it because I was a sister to you guys. Your jokes are fucking corny. All right? Oh, yeah, I went after Eloise. Mm-mm-mm. So, yeah, thank you for that. And listen, she hears. She hears. I mean, again, she is almost an adult, but she is not an adult. You brought it up here in public by saying some of the things you said. Should have been left in private chat. And you ladies should have never, ever adjudged my child because it was all private chat. So that makes you guys just as bad as all of them out there talking. Jenna 2.0. Sorry, Jenna. It is what it is. But I'm not going to apologize neither for it. Because you, Jenna, are just as much going on in this group as these ladies are. So you are very involved. You may not be going after me, but you are extremely involved in all of it because it's all around you. And let me drop another thing out there as well. When I was on these video chats with you girls and we were in with Jenna, your girls were in the same type of attire that my daughter was wearing in her own home. They moved around. It was a very little place. Well, I saw back cameras too. But I mean, I'm not going to talk about them, but it is what it is. Those back cameras catch everything. You know, but the difference between mine and yours is that there's no man in my home. That's the difference. So I just wanted to get that lie out of there and how you guys totally destroyed her and made her angry. And she's like, oh my God, they were doing nothing but lying. And I mean, if a minor child can figure out that you guys were lying, anybody can figure it out. That's not all that I got. Because I do have that Amazon wish list. Let me go ahead and show that Amazon wish list. Now, it will also show if it's been edited. So let me go ahead, because we're going to talk about that too. Let me go ahead and get that Amazon wish list so we can see what it says for real now. Okay. Oh, Lord, I don't know which one it is. Is it this one? Let me see. Nope, it is not that one. Okay. See nobody moving in the chat, so I don't even know if it's on there. But I know I got 22 people watching. Share screen. Oh man. Now I'm gonna have to go all the way through and look for that thing. All right, which one is it? It's that one. Okay. This one. I have to go all the way back now and find that one video. Shit. Okay. December 5th, 2022. Exactly 1 year. 1 year after my son's passing. 1 year, 1 month. I'm sorry. He passed away 11/16/2021. This is December 5th, 2022. This is my daughter's Christmas list. If anyone would like to be her Christmas angel, she would be grateful and excited. The chair is for me because I don't have one and I need one for my legs and my lumbar support. Oh, by the way, you ladies know that my legs have lymphedema in them and they leak. And I need to put them up. And I believe that that chair that I was looking at had where I was able to recline my legs. Um, the solar angels are for my teddy bear's grave. And I need a vacuum cleaner, which I ended up buying that myself. So, something bad. The rest is for little lady has chosen, which I let her do her little choosing. I'm not really in the Christmas spirit, but I am forcing myself for her. I do know times are hard on everyone, so I get it, and I totally understand. You know, I didn't even do her birthday that year. Because like it's explained up there, because it's about bills, food, and gas for the car. And at times, and I fall short. If you would like to send her a Christmas card, just message me and I would give you my address. Trust me, I'm not doing that. Only the people that I know I do that with. She told me yesterday, Mom, oh, in a minute, I'll give you my address, because they know that she's about cheeseburgers. Some people like to send her a McDonald's card or a Burger King card for Christmas. She told me, Mom, yesterday, I know you won't be able to do Christmas for me, so me and you can go on a McDonald's date on Christmas. And that's true. She just wanted a Christmas, and she wanted to be a kid, just kid, because she still believes in Santa. Wasn't nothing bad about it, but Shining is making it so horrible about this chair. If you look up here, it's not been edited. If you edit your post, it will say edited on the bottom. This is not edited. This is as it was and has been since the very beginning, December 5th, 2022. And as I have spoken about, because throughout the years, people have always been angels to her. So now I need to go find, please forgive me, I need to go find that video now. Oh, shit. I need to get over here for videos. Videos. See, how in the hell did I gotta find my videos that I had? Videos, that's why. My videos. All right. See, all of these videos down here are from my son and other things. This is the very first video here. Right here. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. I don't want it to play just yet. Notice this says Truth Hurts. First video that we as a group did on live. Hello, Denise. Very first video that we did on Facebook as a group on my Facebook Live, because I had more people that we could reach, because Shining's channel was very little. We didn't feel that we were reaching out to people. So when you're told a group, a survivor group, and now you are being lied to and about, I may be grieving, but you never come after a grieving mother. See, that's actually not the first live that got brought to YouTube, because this is Facebook, y'all. Facebook. But I got a doozy. So I want to come on up over here. Look at this. April 16th, 2022. Just a little heads up. The video that was done last night on Coffee Talk will be up soon. There's some editing that needed to be done on a few of the receipts, taking out names. But don't worry, you won't want to miss it. Truth hurts, and I'm pissed and disgusted out how someone guised a group and called it Survivor, then lies about it when called out. Many lies have been told. Jenna is another hernia shell, just in a different state. Hopefully by the end of the day, it should be ready. You don't play with people's emotions or lie to them. April 16th, 2022. This video, April 16th, 2022 at 10:10 p.m. at night. It don't give me a time. Oh, 11:31 a.m. Shiny, you got some explaining to do. Where's that video at? That you don't dirty delete. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetie. Don't worry about it. Because we already know you're covering. Y'all don't really want to know that truth that came out. That when I said it's not just me, it's all of us. Okay? Don't worry about it. So let me get back over here. I showed you that. Hey, Denise, I remember. So let's talk about the Christmas list. After I made that Christmas list, you also made your Christmas list. But you also made that snarky comment. And it wasn't for a couple of days that you didn't make that snarky comment. When we were talking about your daughter's dollhouse and how expensive it was, the comment was made about getting a small dollhouse and putting stickers on it. We literally all laughed at it. It wasn't a snarky joke. It was, we were being silly, all of us. It was, we were talking about it because we know that there are creative ladies in the group, and that's what we were thinking about doing. It wasn't that I didn't care about your child. You're literally embellish. I mean, it's total embellishment of what you're saying. You're talking about you seeing me go half off, half cocked, and everything else. Yeah, you saw me up there on that live. Go completely berserk and everything else when I lost my shit, when I've had enough. But Jenna was also firing at us, not just me, but at us. At us. Mm-hmm. So that's what caused us to go live, because we even said that we would step back and we're not going to get involved. We're not going to do anything. We're going to stay quiet. Right? Isn't that what you said? We're going to stop what we agreed on, to stay quiet. But if Jenna just keeps firing and firing, we're going to go live with our information. Isn't that what we said? That is what we said, right? That's what we agreed on as a group of ladies. We were all supposed to be equal in this group. I don't remember rolling my eyes at anybody in the group because I have a little bit of respect for people. The only time I rolled my eyes is when I did my emotional rage quit. The only people on there was, I believe, CJ and Charlie Girl. But don't worry, because who's in this video as well, ladies and gentlemen, is Mystery Sky. Mystery Sky also was in the group at the time and also knows the truth about what had happened and what had went on and how it came out to Facebook. Mystery Sky is no longer in the group. Because That's what happens whenever people get tired of you, or if they don't agree with something you do. Misty Scry had a story. She had her voice. Um, I did play a little bit of a part in falling into the co-signing that, well, stuff that had went on with Mystery Sky. That's her story to tell, not my story to tell. But here she was given a voice. And now, like they're doing to me, they want to take my voice away because I just stood up and said, no, no, no. Oh. Whenever, say a squirrel, because I'm really not prepared. I do squirrel. Whenever Shining got snippy at me about that chair, that I put that on the list, I made it very clear that it was for me. Very clear. Very clear. I never forced anyone. Never, never have I ever forced anyone. It was just a share on my Facebook. It wasn't even shared in the group. It was on my Facebook. It's, if you want to help, fine. If you don't, fine. I mean, it's no biggie. Because Christmas isn't even about the gifts. It's not about the size. It's not about how much it costs. Christmas is about the birth of Christ and friendship. That's what Christmas is about. I dealt with a snippy, snarky comment for a little while. It got on my nerves, but I did. I stayed quiet a little bit. I still talked with everybody in there, but that snippiness did bug me. And it wasn't right at the fifth on the fifth, whenever I put that up there. It was probably a couple of weeks after. It was getting close to Christmas. I So before I get to that video, okay, I'll share that. So I'll make sure that I keep the video up there so I can stop sharing the screen. So before I get to the video, there's another thing that I need to touch on. CJ, for respect, if you don't want to hear it, you don't want to see it, please jump off of the chat. And look, that's the respect that I have, okay? But I do have things that I do need to say. So close your eyes and open your ears. But I'm going to put images up here, okay? Then forewarned. Oh, I don't want to share that. How do I open? I can cancel. I am trying to figure out how to share. That didn't come up. Let me see. Slides. Computer. Okay. Gallery. Please forgive me because I am not. So where are? Oh my gosh. Gallery. Are you kidding me? Open a new window. Okay. So let me see if it will pop open now. Oh. I am trying to figure out how to pop a photo up here because I don't know how to do it. And I want to share a couple of photos. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm. It says Windows. I wonder if it goes there. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. This would be like an actual screen or something, right? I don't know. Okay, I got to figure out how to get that open. Sorry, yeah. I wonder if it will come up as a window now. Okay, let me try that. No. Oh, shit. I don't know how to share it. Select a tab. Window, Chrome. Window. Okay. Oh, I'm getting there, y'all. Fire screen. No. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to share a picture. I think I got it. I just want to make sure that one picture shows. Oh my God. I don't know how to, you know what? Okay. I do know how I can do it. I'm trying to get it from gallery. You know what? I can go over here and get it off of my Facebook. All right. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was really thinking I was smart at this, but like I said, I'm not really good at Facebook or YouTube, so you got to deal with me. Your photos. Okay. All right. Please deal with me. Just deal with me. Because I got a lot more to get into. This picture right here. Okay. This will be the first picture that I'm going to share. Very first picture. Let me go ahead and get it. Screen share, screen share. It should be this one. No, it's this one. Share. This is Teddy Bear. This is Teddy Bear at probably 3 months old. He was a failure to thrive child. He was a beautiful baby. These here, these are wires that go to a lead, a heart monitor that he was on when he was a baby. That's a lead that goes on up into his chest. He was my beautiful boy. He is my boy that I lost. I didn't lose him as a baby. I lost him at 19 years old. But I just want to show the picture of my beautiful baby when he was a baby. So let me stop the screen share here because I don't need you guys to see all of my photos. So stop screen share. Let me go back over here. And I gotta find the other photo now. If I can find it. Give me a minute. We'll come up here in a minute. I bet you if I search, it'll probably come up faster. I got it right here. Okay. You see. Thank you, Lady Boom. Hey, it's your brother. You're talking to. Pretty sad. I have to get off real quick. Well, I'm not getting off. I mean, I've only got 3 people on here. And that's all right. Because I'm sure some people will come back and look. But anyways, let me go ahead because Shining called this in such nasty, vile words an atrocity. This is, let me go ahead and get it. Because this heartless bitch fucked up when she said what she said about this. You see that? That's a newborn baby doll. That, let me pull it up, looks just like my son when he was born. Just like him. So, because it's a newborn baby doll, and it's not human, we're going to call it an atrocity. Something so close to my heart. My child, bitch. My child. Motherfucker. My child. And you want to call it an ugly atrocity. That's a newborn baby doll. Something that somebody made for me, for my heart, to help me through what I'm going through, because that baby I lost. Yeah, he wasn't like that whenever he passed away. He was a grown man, just right at it. But he was my baby. And I'm sorry that I hurt CJ with it. I didn't realize at the time. But that's my baby. Exact replica. So you're going to sit here and tell me that because this is a piece of plastic doll, but an exact replica of a human. Wow. Wow. You're more fucked up in the head than Jenna. Man. You really fucking are, Shining. More fucked up in the head than Jenna. And I'm sorry if I triggered anybody. Let me go ahead and put trigger warning up here. Because you know what? I didn't even have to let CJ know what I was about to put up. But Rebecca, man, you fucked up with that shit. When you said that shit, fuck no. Fuck no. We're going tit for fucking tat here. So you want to break me down, bitch? Is that what it is? You just want to break me down to shut me the fuck up? Really? Really? When we were all fucking involved in it. When it was said to us. Not me. Said to you guys. But that's all right. Because you're the perfect mother, right? You're perfect on everything, right? Okay. Yeah, you're perfect. Now, you knew that would hit me. Probably not as enough as what got hit last night. But yeah, it hit me. Like, why would you even fucking say anything like that? And that child being deceased. Oh, wait, you said it's all about me. We're going to get to it because of the fib that went around it, right? I put a trigger warning up there. So let's get ahead right on over here to this fib that was said about that baby doll. And yes, the girl that had made this baby doll for me, it is all going to lead up to what happened with CJ. And like I said, I'm sorry. That baby doll sat in my home for 6 months because I couldn't open it. I couldn't. I wanted to open it, but I couldn't. So yeah, that doll sat here and sat here and sat here. And the lady did get mad at me, had a little spurt, like, if you're not going to open the box and send the baby back. And no, ma'am, I'm not going to send you back this baby. I'm literally grieving, and you expect me to open this box and look at a newborn baby. And look, I'm not being a victim over here about grieving, because I understand that probably every one of us in this world has lost somebody in their lives. I've never lost a child, so I don't know how I'm supposed to act. Nobody gave me a book and said, this is how you're supposed to act when you grieve. And God, I thought I trusted you ladies. Wow. Never did I think, Rebecca, that you was so fucking vile. Never. You're just as bad as fucking Jenna. And I'm so glad God moved me on. I really am. And it did not go down the way that you guys said it did. But let's get done talking about the baby. So that box sat, and that box sat. Came Christmas time, I said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I mean, we were still talking and everything, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. But it was never done in private, on a chat with the ladies. It was never done like that. I never opened the box with the ladies. Do you want me to tell you where I opened up the box? Because a couple of days before Christmas, and that's whenever I sort of left the group, a couple of days before Christmas, I went to my parents' house, took the box, took the presents that I had to go over there with, and spent Christmas over there with my parents. They knew about it. They knew that that's where I was going and everything. But I was by myself. I was with my family. I was with my parents, my family, my immediate family. My brother and his wife and her child, their children. My other brother. Yeah, my other brother from out of town, he was there. I mean, I was there with my family. And let me tell you something. We all opened up our gifts. My whole family, everybody opened up their gifts. And that box was the last thing that I opened. And we all waited there because we knew that it was the hardest thing to open. But it was time to bring him out of the box. That beautiful little baby. It was time to bring him out. I had to be ready, and I had to be strong, because I wasn't ready to bring him out of the box. With my family, it was so emotional. The emotion that was in it, opening up this box. And I pulled him out. It may have been a newborn doll, but that was my baby. Spitting image. It was like holding my boy like he was a baby again. He may not have been real in my arms, but it was so comforting to see how perfect and how he matched, just like my son when he was a newborn. We passed him around. Grandpa held him first. While I sat there and cried. Then he went over to his uncle. Then he went over to his aunt. Then he went over to his niece and nephew. I believe Sissy held him. And then he went over to his grandma. And then he came back to me. That was a very intimate moment that was not shared with you ladies. And that box was never opened online with you ladies. How dare you, CJ, put your story out there and say that's what I did to you? Because that is not the truth. That box was opened on Christmas. Not on Christmas, a couple of days before Christmas, with my family, not with you ladies. So yes, I will say you lied too. You ladies have absolutely no credibility, none. And I'm not talking about all of you in the group. There's a couple of you in there that are fucking snakes and liars. When I got home, I didn't realize that. I don't know if it was that day that I got home or no, because it wasn't. I think it was maybe a day or two after. I wanted to show them to the ladies. I had already put them on a place in the back under the memorial, had them all set up under the memorial. He was never in a box after that. When I brought him home, he got placed in a memorial. And that's where he's been ever since, in a memorial. But never was a box opened in front of you ladies like that. Now, I was talking about it, and that I was going to show him. And I didn't. I honestly, and like I said a million times, I'm so sorry, and I didn't realize. And if you guys talked about it, or I talked about it, or we talked about it, I don't remember. I would have waited. You say I don't have that compassion. You're full of shit. Literally full of shit. Because I can put up so many videos of what type of compassion I do have. Nobody said no, Dusty, don't, not yet. Don't show it. Yes, CJ was on the video. And when I had got up, she had jumped off. And I was bringing the baby from the back where the memorial is. These ladies know where the memorial is in my home. And I had already had him over there. He was never in a box after that. After he was opened at Grandma and Grandpa's house, so we could be intimate with him. And I'm not talking in that type of way, but an intimate moment for all of us. I wanted to show how perfect this baby doll was. And I didn't realize that I was hurting CJ at that moment. And I'm sorry. And I had asked, why did CJ jump off? And that's when Charlie Girl told me that it was the memorial of her son, or the time, or something. But I didn't hear it through there. If she was talking about it, maybe I wasn't online. I don't know, but I didn't hear it. And maybe it went through one ear and out the other, and I wasn't in a great place. And I'm sorry. And if I hurt you that way as a mother, I know that pain. It's unbearable. And I cannot apologize enough with that doll triggering you like that. I cannot. I can't. I cannot apologize to you enough. I'm sorry about that. But I'm not going to apologize about the lie that you fed into it about it. And every one of you co-signed over there and didn't say anything about it. Co-signed, and that because that was not the truth. But nobody's going to tell the truth anyway, are they? When I got out of that group, it was literally just like Christmas hadn't even hit. So whenever I dropped out of the group, and Jenna had came back, they were talking and everything. And look, I've said it a million times. We got the apology. We were good. I didn't want to be there. I was at that breaking point, and you guys are quote survivors, and you cared so much, but obviously you didn't, because it's snippiness, right? The snippiness that I got snippy. And then because I got snippy, and I've supported every one of you ladies, every one of you. The love, the trust, it was all there. I never lied to any of you. Never. You got me raw and real. I never knew that you guys would drudging up the past and hold that against me, because if you do that to me, you're going to do that to everyone in that group, and that is exactly what you've done. You guys say you're tight, but trust me, somebody's going to fall out with somebody. And when that somebody falls out for making the wrong comment or getting snippy or whatever the case may be, it's going to happen to them as well. Because it happened to Mystery Sky, right? And I did play a part in that. I did, because we were a group. We were a group of savage wolves. But it almost seems like what everything that Shining says is what goes over there. It's almost a control factor, if you ask me, now that I sit back and look at it. So let me also talk about the government and everything else. Yeah. The very first payment, whenever I did the food stamps and everything else, the very first payment was a little over 300, and then the following 5 months was 112. They do that like prorate or whatever. So because somebody did a favor for me out of town, I also did a favor for somebody else and bought them a whole bunch of groceries. Just like somebody, Shining, she bought a whole bunch of groceries for me. So I paid that forward as well. And it was 112. Exactly 112 is what I was getting. But you guys didn't know all of that. You just knew about the first 300. And then it dropped because it was called prorated food stamps. Prorated. And a little FYI, my rent is not $500 at one time it was, but trust me, it is not no longer. Nope. As you guys heard me talking about, I got a letter for my rent to go up. And boy, did it. So technically, I mean, if we really want to call it how it is, even though I fibbed at that time and my rent was $500, it isn't anymore. So let's talk about the golden arches. And you know, I'm probably going to pull a picture up of my nubby bubby. My 30-pound, beautiful, Russian blue minx, bobtail. Let me go ahead and get a picture of him because he was right under this other one. So while I'm over here, let me go ahead and oh shit, I'll just take that off. Go ahead and get him a picture of him because he was a beautiful, beautiful cat, and this cat was my baby. The only man of the house and the only man that was in my house. The only man. Mm-mm-mm. I get my nubby bubby here. There's my nubby. Let's see, we'll do this one first. Okay, here's my nubby. This is my baby. Mm. Yeah, what's this one? There. I'm learning as we go along. This is a nubby. Nubs, because they don't have a tail. My Russian blue minx. He was 30 pounds. My baby boy. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, there's him being all big and fat and round, adorable. There he's right there. Now you notice, no chair. Laser eyes. That's my nubby. My nubble bubble. See how big that boy was? He was a big boy. I got him just laying and sleeping with his tongue sticking out. He would always sleep on top of me. See how big he is? Oh, big boy. That's my nubby. Oh, last picture's the cutest one. Hey, he's sleeping. I guess I need to bring it up a little bit. See, that's my 30-pound hunk of love that passed away on me. And I explained it before, and I'll explain it again. I did have to put a lot of roach spray down. It wasn't down on the floorboards that I was putting the roach spray. It was more on the cabinets, in the cabinets, and everything else. It was never around the cat bowls or anything because I got 4 cats. It was never around any of the bowls. That morning, he had got an insect. Don't know if it was a salamander lizard. Don't know if it was a spider. Don't know. I just know it was black. I was not able to get it from him in time. I had left that morning. I believe I was with my parents. I had to do some stuff, or maybe had a doctor appointment. I don't know. But I had left for a couple of hours. And when we got back, he was sick. And it happened real quick. It was really quick how it happened. And I sat there and loved on him, and he did pass away. And yeah, we all were in shock. And I did say, oh my God, could have been the spray. I freaking killed my cat because of the roach spray. I was hurting, like just in complete shock. And that's literally what I thought it was. And I felt so bad, so guilty. And it lived on my heart because this was my buddy, my best friend. my buddy, my boo thing, everything. He never left my side. Just like my kid don't leave my side. He never left my side. It was later that evening that he passed away. I wasn't on call whenever he passed away. I was on the floor with him because there was nothing we could have done for him. It was quick. It happened quick, very quickly. So I lived with the guilt for a couple of months. And then the infestation had got really bad in here. And I was putting more money out on sprays and trying to keep the house decent. But I mean, they were just crawling all over the place. And I was spending probably a good $40 a month just in sprays for the house. And so finally, we invested. I invested with the help of my landlord, because my landlord paid the initial price. And then I just took over the payments of $35 a month to have a specialist, a pest control person come in the house and do their thing once a month. And I don't have them no more. I think I've seen like one or two. But I don't have them no more. And the first thing I asked him was about, could the spray that I was putting around for the roaches, could it have killed an animal? Could it have killed my cat? Because I lived with that guilt. And he said, no. He says the toxins are there. And if he's exposed to it long term or sprayed in the face or whatever the case may be, there's a possibility. But he said that because they're over the counter, it's very rare that Raid would kill a cat. So he explained to me about how he gets his pesticides, where they come from, and how they are animal safe, because a lot of homes have animals, and that the pesticides that they use are high top grade pesticides that you can't buy at a store. Just go in and buy at a store. And he rest assured my heart that I did not hurt my animal. I did not kill my animal. He said it was very rare. And that day he ate an insect or a black salamander lizard. We don't know what it was that he ate. Hello, Lenny. So it was either the insect or the salamander. I don't know. And you ladies know that because we talked about that. So let's go on to the next. Did I have cats outside? Oh, by the way, Nubby was an inside cat. Stop share. By the way, yeah, Nubby was an inside cat. There were 4 or 5 outside cats. And the landlord was like, hey, they've got to go. They got to go. Now, I already had 3 in the home, inside cats that did not go outside. And you ladies knew that I had the 3 insides in here. And I believe there were 4 or 5 that were on the outside. Had them all set up with homes, had them set up with their feeding stuff out there. They were set up out there. The landlord, and even though I live out in the boondocks, I still have to answer to people because I have a landlord. And because the cats were bugging a family member, he's like, they've got to go. They got to go. And yes, you guys did look to see where I could take them. Come on, let's not fucking embellish the story, ladies. Yeah, I was like, I know where there's a cat colony that I know that people do take care of, take food out with them. These cats are fixed. They won't be in any danger. So I was like, no. I mean, if I can't find somewhere for them to go, because we don't really have any shelters where I'm at, and we can look for them, no kill shelters, whatever the case may be. We did call a couple of them, but we couldn't get them in. So I thought about it. If it came to it, it was the cats are a place to live. And it's not that I didn't love the outside cats or didn't want the outside cats. It came down to the brass roots that I was going to get kicked out because of the outside cats. So my parents also were looking. So I know, Lenny, but I got the humdinger here with a video that Shining lied and said that I brought it to YouTube. Actually, she's the first one that put the shit out there, not me. Mine was on Facebook. Thank you, Lenny. So if it came down to it, I knew that the cats were going to be okay, because cats do go in colonies. They were safe. They weren't going to be around fast cars or anything. And people would go by there 2 to 3 times a day and feed these cats. The big whole colony. It was in a cow. It was like in a cow field. It was McDonald's, but behind it is a cow field. And a gas station that's no longer in service. So a lot of the animals, they congregate around there. And it's a colony. When cats are in colonies, they all stay together. So if it came to it, that is what I felt that I needed to do. And I did talk to it with the ladies. But it never came to that. That was like the last what is it called? The last option. Instead, my parents found somebody, my mom and dad, and we packed up their toys, we packed up their stuff, and it took all 5 of them, and she adopted all 5 of them. Guess where they're at? They're running outside as well at her home in a more dangerous area than where they would have been if they went to McDonald's. But they were adopted. This lady took all 5 of them. Their toys, their tower, everything. So they did get a family. But you guys embellish it like, oh, she just, this cat and everything else with Bart. I mean, how... Yeah, I talked about it with you guys, but how ignorant that you guys just embellish. And you just keep it going and keep it going. Again, I need to... So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this video up and get it going. Like I said before, I already read it. There was a video before it. Let me see the date on the video. April 16th. On April 16th, I had made a post. It's back in the back. I read it. It's back a little further up because I read it. That Shining had already dropped a couple. One with receipts and other stuff. She already dropped that one, but it's dirty deleted. Before this one that I'm about to show you dropped on my Facebook, because I had more people on my Facebook. So roll that mean footage, because we're about to put it up. And by the way, the lady that is in here talking on panel, she also got bashed out of the group. And if she tries to talk anywhere, she gets bashed. Because that's just how it rolls with these ladies. So here we go. Add to stream. Add to stream. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Oh no, am I on there still?
No.
Oh shit. I gotta make sure I don't hold on, I'm back up. Cover medical. I'm back there now. Get home, back on my phone.
Add to stream. Okay. Shining, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
This video is 2 hours long. I guess we need to get out of this.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Who's TS?
Because you're really quiet. Really quiet.
All right.
I could barely hear you.
All right. I think we're going to have, it says on the Facebook thing, it says today at 10:10 p.m. This live video should start soon. It's already started.
You got headphones you could put on?
No, I'm going to get out of chat. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to get on my
real quiet. Who's in here with me?
True Survivor and True Survivor.
I can't hear anybody.
True Survivor, are you there?
Because I'm muted.
Okay, no. I'm gonna have to back out. Hold on, wait, hold on. Oh my goodness. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, well.
Hello?
Yeah, okay, it's coming out. Mining made the comment last night about
it would help if I had my headphones plugged into this device instead of my other device.
Why don't I go get the videos? Why don't I go get the videos from my Facebook? Show those videos. Show those videos that I have on Facebook. I'm the one that brought it to YouTube. Nah, wasn't me. It wasn't me first that brought it to YouTube. It was Shining that brought it to YouTube first. I read on that same date. That was at 11:30 in the morning. I had made that post about a video that had went up on Shining Coffee Talk. You see the date on this, the 16th. It would have been April 15th. That we did 2022, April 15th, 2022 would have been a video. The very first video when it went out to YouTube. It would have been the very first video. So who brought it to YouTube? Well, Coffee Talk, Shining Survivors. You're the first one. Dirty delete much? I just put that receipt up there that it was dirty deleted. Anyways, let me get back over here. Or maybe you should just release that video. I mean, if you can prove me wrong, that you can't.
Sorry. Who's up here with us? Is that True
Survivor.
Oh, hey, True Survivor. What's going on, woman?
Not much. What's going on with you, hon?
Not a whole lot. You know, just getting ready for the Resurrection Day tomorrow.
Yep, me too. Me and myself. And my little puppy dog.
Oh, I'll share a little love with you tomorrow, True Survivor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take you along on an Easter egg hunt.
So how you been doing?
Wild child.
I'm doing good. I am doing well. I mean, I'm doing all right. You know, I'm doing the best that I can do, especially being faced with what I'm being faced with right now. So I'm not doing too good at all, especially with being a grieving mother and having to deal with some of the stuff that all of us are having to deal with.
I understand.
By the way, last night on the video was called, they said that I was playing victim, being a grieving mother. No, I'm not playing victim here with my truth. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm grieving mother, but this is just a couple months right after. I'll always be a grieving mother, and I'm not playing any victim. I know how to own accountability. Obviously, you ladies don't. Anyways, let me get back over here, turn that back on.
Um, because we are all there
Yeah.
to make that stand for what is right and what is wrong.
Amen. So let me give a little bit of backstory because I have a few people that are coming in. So let me give a little bit of backstory why we are up here on Facebook. Now, many of you on my Facebook know that my son passed away in November, and I've had a very hard time dealing with it. Also, a lot of them know that I was also very active in the Summer Wells case. I worked on this case almost every day. And I came across a lady named Jenna. She was actually one of my very first contacts that were close to the family. Having phone calls with that family, and she would call me and we would talk for hours on end. So this is at the very beginning of the Summer Wells case. I'll put you back in. Hold on a minute. I lost you.
I'm sorry.
You're
I lost myself for a second. Go on.
So, we had maybe 2 or 3 conversations over the Summer Wells ordeal. We had video chats. We talked about things that were going on between the parents and thoughts and, revelations and things like that. So when my son passed in November, I really didn't have really much contact with anybody. I was sort of stopped dead in my tracks. I really stopped talking to a lot of people. I reclused myself because the grief is damning. I mean, there's absolutely no lie about it. The grief is damning. November 2nd, Jenna reached out to me. And when she reached out to me, she had this guise about running a survivor group. A bunch of survivors at her channel. Well, let's back up a little bit. She was found out to be a liar all over YouTube. She was caught in a lot of lies and she got doxxed. And there was a lot of stuff that was going on. And she actually became like one of the most hated people on YouTube streets. And I'm not one to judge anybody because I do not judge nobody. Those who know me know that I am a non-judgmental person. I do not judge you. I like you for who you are. So on January 2nd is when she reached out to me, and she's like, "Oh, I'm running the survivor group. I've changed my thing to a positive channel. I've erased all my other videos that were negative. I would really love to have you in here. We could put you on this Discord and blah, blah, blah." Listen, I didn't know too much about Discord. I didn't really know too much about, YouTube, because my YouTube channel was paranormal. And most of you guys know I do my business over here on Facebook. I very rarely do anything on YouTube. So I went ahead and went into this group. It was on Discord, and then it got moved over to Facebook Messenger, and a chat was created called Mod's Chat because I was also, quote, a mod for the channel. So in this chat, there was also a group of survivors, because this was a survivor channel. This was the guys to get me to go into this channel. Now, most of you know I am a straight shooter. I tell you straight up how it is. I do not deal with bullshit, and I'm not good with it. I do not deal with drama. I want absolutely no negativity around me. And especially 6 weeks after losing my son, I want absolutely nothing to do with drama. I want to grieve. I want to mourn. I don't want to have to be fighting somebody else's battles because, Lord, I am in my own battle right now. Well, in this group, that was this YouTube page that was for survivors, because she was doing for survivors, and she is saying she is not now, and this is called Jenna's Journey. Now she's claiming, because she was called out, that it's not a survivor channel, and it never was a survivor channel. And yes, she did, quote, have survivors in her chat. So there was this big fallout, and we put it up last night on Coffee Talk, which is on my page.
Did you guys catch
with
that?
almost everything that's really going on. Did you guys catch that? That's the first thing that it was said. Coffee Talk, shining survivors. It was put up the first time on Coffee Talk. There it is, from the horse's mouth, right there, sitting beside me. I didn't bring it to YouTube. We as a sisterly chat thing in private discussed it, how we're going to bring it. And Shining brought it to YouTube, right? Not Dusty, like you insinuated last night on your live that I brought it. Nope, that falls on you. I love these receipts. With everything that's going on. So if you want to get like the whole backstory, you can go back and watch that video, and you'll see,
And I love
more or less the
the
backstory.
liars.
So today she decides she's going to do another video to backlash, and she's coming at me. She's coming at me hard. And one, I am a grieving mother, and I'm not going to use that as, as a stepping stone, because I'm a very strong grieving mother, a strong one, and I will not tolerate the lies, the infatuation, the everything that she is doing to make herself out to be this victim, and her flying monkeys that are behind her.
In the same
I
way.
want the truth out there. She said
Just
something
wanted to walk away.
about Facebook. Well, she's coming over and getting stuff off my page now. I actually have this woman blocked. So she's actually stalking my page to get what she needs. So I am coming over here to set the record straight. She didn't want it over here on Facebook. So it's over here on Facebook. She wants to keep playing a game, and I'm done playing the game with her. So anybody would like to say anything? True survivor, shining survivors, would you guys like to say anything before I say anything?
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to touch on certain things. I just wanted to say that, yes, I known Jenna from other channels when she had spoken on the Summer Wells case. I found her page, and it said, for survivors. I am a survivor, have never came out and spoke about it on SA and other things that happened to me. I went in that chat room under the assumption, to make some new friends and talk about, things to help us up, lift us up, and, have a little support, with knowing that this survivor group is not they're not certified, they're not nothing, but I felt comfortable. Um, so that's why I came in there, just because I am standing on my own, but I still needed to get this out there. And I believed in this. I believed in this person. I have 100% backed her, um, you know, with anything that was presented. I even helped her research a little bit, like everybody else did. Then, but I did not come to this group to be called a liar, have me doxxed for no reason. The situation that happened, I stayed with the other person for a little while. Then I saw the things, how she was being manipulated, how she was being lied to, how she probably, probably said some really not so nice things behind the scene on, phone calls and stuff. But yet she wants to put me out there like I owe this person something. What this person done for me, he did on his own. I did not know that I was given a, what can you call it, a surprise. So if I would have known what I know and then, I would have never ever put my heart out if I was going to be victimized again, and being victimized not only by one person, but I was victimized by that other person, the same person that does that Wildflower was being,
You're fine. You can use my name. They know me up here.
okay, as Dusty was being victimized. Once I saw the real truth and I spoken with her and I told her, this is my decision. I have my own thoughts and I can put my own thoughts out there. Maybe not as perfect as other people do, but I'm not ashamed of that. I'm coming from a completely different country into the United States, not speaking a lick of English to speaking English. So my English is not that perfect, not that knowledge like some people are, but I'm not going to be put out there as a bad person because I am not. I give it the shirt off of my back if I would have to, but I'm not going to be re-victimized and victimized. I can't deal with that. That is not fair to anybody. And I don't think it was fair to Dusty what happened. But for somebody to come on and play pity me, I didn't do anything, and wants to twist everything around, that they were never in chat, that they never um, were there, and that she had to do other things when she took it up on herself. No matter where she went, she took her phone with her so she can talk to us.
Yep.
She stayed with people on the phone for hours and hours because she had issues, and that was an ongoing thing. I didn't appreciate her doxing people. I don't appreciate the way she is negatively speaking down to us and calling us liars when we are true survivors. And I'm ashamed that she would lie about something she said that has to do with a grieving mother. We all grieve in our special way. And then I'm gonna take it over to Miss Shining.
You did very good, true survivor, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I agree 100% with both of you guys. I don't like to be called a liar when I'm not telling lies. That's for sure. Um, it-
Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? I agree with that. I don't like telling lies when I haven't told no lies, or let me go back there and see how she said that. Listen to what Shining says. When Shining comes up.
Didn't appreciate her doxing people. I don't
Listen to
appreciate
what
the way
Shining
she's
says whenever she comes up. I'm
negatively speaking down to us and calling us liars when we are true survivors. And I'm ashamed that she would lie about something she said that has to do with a grieving mother. We all grieve in our special way. And then I'm gonna take it over to Miss Shining.
You did very good, true survivor, and thank you.
yeah, thank you for that. And I agree 100% with both of you guys. I don't like to be called a liar when I'm not telling lies. That's for sure.
I don't like to be called a liar when I'm not telling a lie.
They're saying they're under attack.
You're a liar
When,
because you're telling lies now.
like I said, you need to figure out what attack means. You need to look at the definition and know that they're not coming after you. Especially when you go and create 3 videos on said subject. Boo-hoo crying, trying to get sympathy. And then after there's a video made in rebuttal to it, to get, hey, here's the truth, and that wasn't good enough. They wanted the receipts shown. So we show receipts. There was an apology video made.
Amen, Lenny.
Now,
That's truth.
in this apology video, the words "I'm sorry" are spoken. But it's also basically turned around saying it's still all your fault. That's not really an apology when it's followed by a but. When there's just several excuses behind it, it's not an apology. And you want to go and say, well, I keep my circle of friends small because my best friend is 17 years, you want to go give your pity party. Are you serious? You are trying to make this all about you yet again. I really resent that. I really do. It's the way the situation was handled. This particular person stayed out of it for a while and then finally intersected and said, "Oh, I'm not going to pick sides." But definitely sides were chosen for her. She was perfectly fine with Dusty being out of the group and the other person being in. She was completely cool with that. That's choosing sides. You're completely fine, with his actions and what he's done, which were disgusting. The fact that you support that and that you're okay with it on any kind of level is very disturbing to me. And to not respect somebody else's boundaries and what they deem to be a healthy boundary to have for themselves, that's sad as well. Quiet, guys. Sorry about that. My dogs are barking. I just can't understand why this was even an issue for her. Should not have been. You know, we should not be right here, right now, today, where we're at with this issue and dealing.
While talking about healthy boundaries. Healthy boundaries. We have them when they're good for us, right? As soon as you're not part of that clan or that clique, it's okay to surpass those boundaries, right? Okay.
with it.
Agree.
Right.
You know, so she made her choice, and you know, she wants to say her feelings were not validated by it. Only 2 people validated her feelings. Only 2 people agreed with her and stood next to her in this person who did this. That is not validating your feelings. Just because we did not agree does not mean we did not validate your feelings. So that is, I think, kind of a mix up in somebody's mind. You know, look up what validate means. That does not mean that somebody jumps in and says, I completely agree with you and I'm going to stand next to you on this. That's not what that means. So, you know, and it was really nice that she did point that out, that nobody validated her feelings but 2 people. That's great, because those 2 people are the said, you know, 2 people that are standing beside you right now, backing you and this person up and displaying abusive behaviors and lying. You know, I caught where they're like, oh yeah, they came in there. You know, my husband came in and he said they were trash. No, that's not what he said, sweetheart. It's in black and white. We got screenshot of it. Would you like us to show the receipt on that as well? Because we surely can.
That is about talking about what everything is said about with those receipts, black and white. What started this whole thing when I pumped the brakes and said, no, Dusty is not to blame. When that question was asked, who brought it to YouTube? Shining. I actually went back and listened to it too, just to see. And it says, who brought it to YouTube? But okay. I guess closed caption is lying too, right? But all right. So you guys are planning on throwing me under the bus. Because who brought it to YouTube? That was you, Shining. You was the first one on panel. Damn, boo-boo.
Calling somebody trash is one thing, but going in there and calling them an effing dog, that's completely different. Going on a live and calling them a bunch of bitches, that's completely different as well. Again, that's abusive behavior. It is no way to treat other human beings. I would say you need to grow up and cut the crap out.
Extremely.
And on that, because I'm getting a little irritated, you go ahead, Dusty.
Yeah. So I'm coming up here because I am going to rebuttal. We should not even be giving this any oxygen. One, it should have never, ever been put out there on YouTube. She chose to put it out there on YouTube when we walked away because she claims that she walked away, but it was us that truly walked away because we are not going to condone abusive behavior. There's just absolutely no way that I'm going to condone it. Being spoken to, yelled at, people coming at you through the thing, calling people dirty, nasty names, calling them shit starters, and then being told, and there are multiple witnesses because she went on a live earlier and said, I must have misunderstood because somebody across the pond says that I misunderstood what was said in this chat. And in this chat, because I was having it out with his name is Judo Tap Out, and his real name is Carl. He came in very aggressive. Again, this is all in Coffee Talks video from last night where we showed receipts where he had put up a statement. This is how a grieving parent should look, Candace, going after Candace Wells. And I responded with a photo. So do I not grieve enough? Do I do not fit the part of a grieving parent? And I put a picture up of me and my son, at a gravesite, and I was grieving my child. And I'm only 5 months in on the grieving. So how the hell am I supposed to look? How does a grieving parent look? And, I simply validated him because he did not realize how it was said. He's like, I cannot believe that you would think that I would hurt you in that way. It's not that I would think that you would hurt me in that way, because I know you didn't mean it. And I validated that. And then it just went to hell from there. But I did validate his feelings. So a whole bunch of stuff got started. And wasn't it said last night in the video that I don't validate anybody's feelings in the group? I mean, that's what was said last night, right? That I didn't validate anybody's feelings, that it was all me, because it was all me. And now all of a sudden I'm out here playing the victim because I'm a grieving mother. No, I'm always going to be a grieving mother, but trust me, I'm not playing a victim. And that's a little fucked up to say, you think? Because if I was being the victim of a grieving mother, you wouldn't be seeing this side of me. I'm just up here giving you receipts because I'm rebuttaling the lies that you keep telling about me. Just rebuttaling them. You get out there and put something out there that's not true, but I have a receipt to prove that it is true. I haven't lied. I never have lied. See, and why I'm on the subject about why I left this group. Whenever I left this group at the very end, Charlie Girl and CJ did a little private chat with me, like, hey, and this was after everything had happened and everybody had the apology and blah, blah, blah. But I was already walking a little bit on eggshells because I was just at that year and I was deep. Seriously, I was deep in depression, and these ladies obviously didn't see how deep I was in the grief. Because when I started to get snippy over a comment that really shouldn't have been made, I mean, you should think about it. Yeah, it irritated me. So, and I had made it very clear, because they're making it out that I didn't say it was for me. I made it very clear at the beginning that it was for me. So when CJ and Charlie Girl came in after the chat, and these ladies had made up, not the ladies on panel, but Jenna and the ladies that are now coming after me, and they say they're not attacking, or that they not the ones that begin to attack. They are the ones that began to attack. And I actually have that on the video where they're coming in, throwing up CPS report. They're coming in like a blaze of glory, trying to shut me up, trying not to get me to talk. They had already attacked before I even spoke my first word. So who's attacking who? So if you dig, like you tell everybody to dig, you will find it. I found mine. Anyways, when Charlie Girl and CJ came in there to talk with me, it was about everything bad that I was doing, how I should be acting. It was like it was exactly like what they did with Mystery Sky here. Everything bad about you, all your points that you should do this, we're only trying to help you. It's coming from a place of love, blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't really that. It was, I'm at a crashing point. I was literally at a crashing point. And they now want to come to me and tell me all my faults in those 10 months. So I emotionally rage quit and walked away. That's why I was never privy to quote that information that, oh, it was just a hug or it was this. That's why I'm living with my truth, where the blame don't lay just on Dusty. The blame lays on all of us as a group, how it came out to YouTube. And Dusty did not bring it out to YouTube. Shining brought it to YouTube. Man, them receipts suck. I mean, if it's not dirty, delete it, unprivate it. Mm-hmm. Hello, Lady Spitfire. Hello, Buckeyed Mama. All right, let's get back into it. I was on a call for 4 hours from this person over the pond. I was on this call for 4 hours with her, calming me down, because I knew that he did not mean it in that way. I simply asked for a small apology, reword the post, and let's move on from it. A simple "I'm sorry" would have stopped all of this. It would have stopped us from walking away. It would have stopped us from having masks pulled off of our face. It probably would have stopped us from seeing the true colors of people in this group. So maybe in a way, it's probably good that all of this happened the way that happened, because God will show you the way. Boy, oh boy, are we seeing true colors of the group now, aren't we? And obviously, he showed all of us a way. After all of it happened, and I was on this group call, this call with this person. She's like, well, I'm going to bring Judo Tap out in here, so he can apologize and we can talk it out like normal human beings. I'm good for that. I'm all right with that. Simple apology. Let's a simple "I'm sorry." Let's move on, and we're done with it. We would be good. He could not apologize to me. He came in swinging. I mean, like swinging at me, yelling at me. If he could come through the phone, boy, he would have had his hands around my neck. And I'm like, oh, I'm not dealing with this. Absolutely not. If you cannot approach me in an adult manner, we don't have anything to talk about. Really, we don't. So, I told her that I love her, and I told him that I love him, but I'm not going to do this. I'm over it. Absolutely not. So I always go into a group call with them, and Jenna is always in this group call as well. Trust me, we have caught her on many occasions because there's been a lot of boo-hooing. She's always got something that is going on. Always. It's not like she don't. She is always validated. And there is always a story every day of something that is going on in her life. And we are always there to catch her, as we were every survivor in this group, in this mod chat, or in the YouTube. Whenever she would go up on screen and have a channel of survivors, we would be there supporting each other, because that's what a group of survivors do. So in this chat, this group chat, everybody jumped on group chat, and I wrote a simple message. I'm like, look, I'm not going to go into this chat right now until I get a simple apology. Because I knew if I were to go into this chat, me and Judo would have it out. And I don't think that that's right for my other sisters that were in this chat. I don't think it's right for them to be triggered by our going to get confrontational. We would have banged heads. I already know it. I'm a very strong person as well. He's just not, he's not a strong person. He's a very negative person, a very defensive person, a person that just jumps your shit to jump your shit for no reason. So I'm not compassionate, ladies. I didn't have compassion for anybody in there, correct? And all I did was think about everybody in there. And I'm not the first one he's did it to. I'm actually probably the last one that he did it to before everybody went into an uproar because I stood up to his crap. I'm not going to put up with it. And I did call him abusive, that his language, his verbiage is very abusive. And so he came out and was saying all kinds of other things. And, you know, and saying at the very end, I'm not going to give you an apology. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I can coexist, but I'm not going to be in a chat with you. I'm not going to deal with you, you know, but we can coexist for everybody else. You know, we just do not have to speak, and we do not need to be on speaking terms. I was willing to do that. So after that, you know, took place, Jenna had came in there, and you know, we got into a little bit of a heated argument because she just was not seeing it, and I must have talked till I was blue in my face. She was not seeing the behavior. Yes, I was triggered. I was obviously triggered, and you know, simply saying I'm sorry would have fixed the whole situation. But because he's headstrong and quote, he's a man, he felt that he did not need to apologize to me for what he had said or what he had done, because he felt he had done no wrong. So he's saying that he's being attacked and that I was attacking him. And I was attacking him over a couple of days. No, I was not attacking him. I spoke to him on a normal level. In essential, I was the one that was actually being attacked, which, you know, whenever I removed when Jenna looked at me, and there were plenty of witnesses. There was no miscommunication nor misunderstanding. There were plenty of witnesses that were in that chat, including the one across the pond. When Jenna looked at me and said, "You are healed and he is broken," you know, as a survivor and as a parent that has just lost their child 5 months ago, you're going to say that to me. You know, I may be healed from my abuse, my abuse that I went through, my SA abuse, my domestic abuse, all of that. But I'm still very wounded because I just lost a child. And for you to tell me that I am healed, who are you to tell me I am healed? Rather, you meant to say something and meant it a different way. I took it the way that you said to me that I am healed. And, you know, I made it very clear to you, I am not healed, and I am far from healed. I am broken into a million pieces right now because of my child. And no one is more broken than anybody else. And whenever I got to where I was speaking to, I was blue in my face and was falling on deaf ears. I just clicked out of the group. I'm like, I don't need to be in this negativity. I do not need to be in this surrounding, and I will not be abused. Absolutely not be abused or made to sit in front of somebody that has abusive behavior and take it. Just not that type of person. And I'm not going to put myself in that negative situation to be attacked again or be re-victimized again. I'm just not going to do it. And when the leader of the pack turns around and tells me that I am healed, whether I'm mourning my child or not, no, ma'am, I am not healed. If I was healed, I would not be sitting in your survivor group, lifting everybody up, empowering everybody, including you, including the male that was in that group. I would not be there. I would be on my pretty little way doing what all I needed to do. So now she is saying tonight on her live that I misunderstood her and that other people know what she was trying to say. No, I did not misunderstand you, because there was no stipulation behind the word I am healed. And that was directed to me. So whenever I clicked out of this group, Shiny had actually left before me. She had enough of the shit as well, of what was going on in there, because she was lied to about the apology. Oh, did you hear that? Shining left before me. So you had already left, Shining, because you didn't want to be a part of all of that, right? I mean, coming after a grieving mother. Jenna 2.0. Because now you're coming after a grieving mother. There you go. There's my victim card. There you go. I mean, technically, what was done today about my child, that little doll about being butt face, hideous, ugly, and all that other shit. Yeah. Whether it's a doll, you're still speaking about my child. It was a newborn doll that was a complete replica of him as a newborn. So yeah, who's coming after a grieving mother now? Shining. Boy, those were the days back then, huh? Oh, sorry. Let me get back over here. I was lied to about the apology by Jenna and by Aussie True Crime, saying that he did say he was sorry. And I'm like, honey, that did not fall on my ears, and there's absolutely no sorry anywhere. Where did he say I am sorry? And they're like, no, it's in the chat. He did say he was sorry. And the apology was referring to how I couldn't believe you would ever think that I would hurt you that way, Dusty. Now, that is an apology. That is not an apology. That is a deflective apology. And a few sentences down, he's saying, I'm not going to give you an apology. So this is one of the reasons why I walked away from that chat. And whenever I clicked out of that chat, I was not going back. I did not want to be in that environment. I told Jenna that I loved her very much, but I'm not doing it. There's just absolutely no way. And I've got text messages that we put up last night. You know, why am I leaving the group? Don't leave the group. Let's work this out. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I told her I'm not putting myself in this situation. Absolutely not. Well, I mean, Lenny, they did to find the face, you know, from there that I had it. She went after everybody else, and everybody else started like pleading their case, and one by one, whenever I walked out of the group, Shining saw that I clicked out of the group, and she sort of grabbed my hand. She's like, oh, no, ma'am, you are going absolutely nowhere. Get over here. And we started talking, and, you know, we knew that it was wrong, but we never made anybody make a choice. We never forced anybody to make a choice. And one by one, everybody started coming over. They were pleading a case. Jenna was backing them up into the corner and forcing them, you know, either it's her or it's us. And essentially, she lost her whole mod survivor chat because we were survivors at one time. And that is the guys that we were brought in on was survivors. Anybody want to add to that before we go anymore?
Well, that whole situation that there was another chat, we had one of our girls, one of our ladies, was still in both chats. She tried to be in both chats. And they say paranoia, you know, paranoid is one thing that this person is not, supposedly. But she definitely shows some display of paranoia. And this is just, I think, another instance where this poor thing, she was trying so hard to plead her case. She was deleted from the chat by two different people, two different times. And the third time, when they created a new chat, for some reason, they didn't put her in it. And the second person who deleted her from the chat, it was done so under the direction of the person we're referring to. And yes. And so, you know, because you're not going to make a move in somebody's chat unless they tell you to. All right. Let's put that out there too. When one person calls the shots, you know, they call the shots. But
we're starting to figure that out.
Our poor friend there, she was really trying to, because there's people that she really loved and cared about in both chats. And didn't want to leave everybody. And I, you know, hey, you know, that's on you. I didn't care if she was in both chats. It doesn't matter to me. I was just lucky that, I was glad that she was, chatting with us, but it was not tolerated by Jenna. She just would not have it. She's like, no, I'm not asking you to choose, blah, blah, blah. But then in the same conversation, she says to her, well, you're going to have to make a choice. It's them or me. Basically, she could not be trusted because she was in both chats. This is no way, guys, you just don't treat people like this, And, she had said when she went into this chat, she had gone in there and she was trying to plead her case, and Jenna basically humiliated her, or she tried to, Also, my sister was a part of this chat, and she was deleted out of it. She was collateral damage because she was my sister. Why would you treat people like this?
Yep.
To me, that says a lot about her, and we know the paranoia and the collateral damage because it happened to others as well. There was a couple that was in there, and then there was a third person who knew them, very close to them. Well, this one particular person left on her own accord. She had other things going on, and
my video.
She needed to focus on that. And
that's shining up there.
Completely respectable. I got you.
Sky and me.
But because another person had left, she was another YouTube creator, and she was speaking to herself. Apparently, like I said last night, I don't know if she was or not. But Jenna supposedly found out they were communicating and they couldn't be trusted. So the other two people that were still in the chat could not be trusted as well, because she's talking to that person. And I'm like, what in the world? I mean, you see the paranoia. This lady is so paranoid that she thought that this lady that she's had it out with on YouTube for a while, since beginning of January, into December, beginning of January when it happened. And they've been, it's been, oh my gosh, so paranoid that she thought this lady who had come to the hotel she's at and was right above her in the upstairs room was this woman. And I was on the phone with her and I was laughing and I was like, oh yeah, because she looks like she'd walk, she sounds like she'd walk like that. Yeah, sure, that's her. I don't know, I mean, I thought I was laughing and I was like, go in and just, yell out her name and see if it's her. If you really think it is, but I don't know. It was just the paranoia that was there. I was like, that's paranoid behavior, honey. If you think someone's going to come all the way to where you live at, hours and hours from where they're at, just to stay in a hotel above you, and they arrange to make sure they're above you, come on, are you kidding me? That's just, I think that's a little grasping at straws, but okay. Again, you just don't treat people the way that this whole situation has been treated. To call everybody liars, to call people weaklings, to call people shitheads, to call, tell people to F off,
Everybody
tell people to kiss my ass. And that's another thing. When she said something about, oh yeah, kiss my she lied about that tonight as well too, and that pissed me off. But that's okay because we have a screenshot. Said, well, I'm leaving chat. You can go ahead and tell Dusty and Shining to come back. Now that I'm gone, and also tell them to kiss my ass. I've got the screenshot of it.
Yeah.
So make sure when you tell something, tell the truth, sweetheart. Do not sit here and make up a bunch of bull crap. And you really might want to think about things because it can be easily proven what we're saying.
Yeah.
This is not something that we have any reason to make up and tell a lie on, but I'm not sure why it is you feel like you should lie on it. Totally ridiculous. You're the one who was woman enough to say, kiss my ass. Make sure you tell the true context in which you said it in. And when you told us to F off, make sure you tell the true context in which that was said in as well. Tell the truth. Don't make up some fake story surrounding it, trying to make yourself look better. I don't know what the issue is.
Those words. You get offended because I said fuck you, fuck you, fuck you to those who are covering now after this year and a half of what was said over there on that panel with my name. Who brought it to YouTube? Who brought it to YouTube? And like I said, I went back and I listened, and it literally says who brought it to YouTube. Wow. Shining, you got some explaining to do.
It's all very concerning to me, though, and I'm done.
Well, in the last time I spoke with
Right.
her, I was one of the ones that was on a phone call with her that talked to her because she reached out to me and she told me, thank you for validating my seeing that I'm not well. I said, I think everybody's seeing it, but I just kind of saw that you had an issue with the whole situation.
I know.
So, but I was not one of the ones that validated her whatsoever. I'm not being mentioned how I stood by her. I'm not being mentioned by anything I have done for her and the group has done for her. It's only 3 people that validated her feelings and her breakdowns, which she had many of, very many, and we always stood beside her and we stood beside Judo.
Yep.
But did anybody recognize us when we had our issues? It was completely, if it wouldn't been for the rest of the group, the rest of the ladies, I would have never been heard. If I would have known, I would have never spoken up. He attacked me too. Twice now.
Yep.
The first time, I simply said, because it was made in the chat that we're not going to go in to any negative chat and going to bring it to the mods chat. What does this person do? Comes right in and starts. Because we knew it would set her up. Every time she heard something from a different creator, she got, what do you call it? Mental breakdown?
Yes.
I don't know what to call it.
Mental breakdown, or she was going mental.
So when I told him, don't do that, Jenna specifically said, let's not bring anything in. And we all agreed. He jumped on me. He jumped down my throat and I left. Well, she calls me and she talks to me and I'm being nice. I said, okay, I took the blame for this. I said, okay, I apologize. It was just a misunderstanding. You know, let's just move on. So the second time was when it came down to talking about Judo telling us
Amen.
all in the group that he was thinking about committing suicide. And we all
going on down.
talked to him. Well, when it came down to saying something, he called us all a liar to Jenna's face. Many people were in that chat. Many people heard what he said. I just wanted to get you all's reaction so I can be heard or something. So that's when all of this started. Well, I'm a person that has not had a good.
I wonder if you guys are going to change that story on Judo as well. Are you guys friends again, or did he do that? I mean, a year and a half later, we're changing history. You know? So is that truth about Judo, or is that a lie about Judo, what we're talking about in there. Because I believe I still have to look because I've been doing a lot of watching lives today. Back lives. One of them was a 5-hour one. Just to make sure I heard what you said last night. That was not there. Wow.
Early life. And I've been going through a lot. And I have been mentally abused.
Thank you, Lynn.
And I can't deal with that.
It is.
But I was going to give him that second chance again. Me, I shouldn't have to. Well, the longer I stayed in the group, the more I saw how one-sided it was. Yes, I said some things which I spoke with Dusty about. And, you know, she understands where it came from. But in the meanwhile, I had a very hard decision to make because I did not want to lose any of my friends. Except I did not want to be in a group with an abuser that mentally abuses people. So I stuck with her a couple of days longer. Well, then I finally saw, you know, this is not going to work for me because she is totally on his side and she's making up excuses for him. And she keeps on telling me how broken he is. Well, guess what? We just as broken as he is.
Yep.
And if he is that broken and he wants to commit suicide, he needs mental treatment. He needs to go see a psychologist.
Well, he's still around.
Or he needs to go in a mental institution till he is okay.
He's still around. Yep.
But I'm sick and tired of hearing how broken he is, and we are nothing. We were nothing. I'm very grateful that I have met the rest of the ladies that I'm with now because I have learned to use my voice. I was scared literally out of my mind to speak up when I came into this group. That's why I so much believe when her little thing comes up and it said survivor. I can't remember the rest. But I believed in her. I believed in him. I believed in everybody that was in there. But I would dare to go around and treat human beings that been through hard times like she has done and like he has done. And then boldface come on here on YouTube and Facebook and try to make it look like she is the victim. That is a crying shame. If you want to give an apology, give a sincere apology, a sincere one, not one that's been dictated to you from any of you three flying monkeys. I am hurt. I'm disgusted by you. And I'm disgusted about what I heard tonight. And I don't understand why you have to dox me when I've done nothing but be supportive. You gave us never, ever a chance, never, to be in both chats. You didn't like that because you thought that we're going to talk about you. And you know what? The chat I'm in now, we had better things to do till you came out and you made that first live. We were going to leave it where it was because we knew that all of this was going to come up for you to attack us and do your little lies like you did with everybody else that has left your chat, that has been moved out of your chat It's not you, but it's us. And that's a bold-faced lie. Okay, Dusty.
Okay. You did so good, True Survivors. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I just needed to get it out. I'm just so.
So I am going to come up here now and I'm going to show my face because I haven't showed my face in a while. And I want you to see something. You see, Jenna. Get my eyes tight back. Get over here in front of my camera. I don't like liars. You a liar. Goes for you too, Shining. You're a liar. You're a user. You're an abuser. Same with judo. What you have done to these people and what you have done to me is disgusting and degrading. Mm-mm. You get up there and you lie on your live tonight and you say that we are attacking and we are bashing you. Honey, you removed your videos. But truth be told, you are the one that created this situation between your paranoia because you were paranoid. You are paranoid. We're not allowed to have friends. We're not allowed to leave out of that chat. Other people were removed out of that chat because of your crap. Now, there was a couple of them that did need to be removed out of there that were negative, and we did have a group discussion about it. But when you're sitting there saying about somebody from Discord that we didn't even really know, you removed them. You didn't even put them in the chat because you're the one that did not trust. But you're saying that we're the ones that did not trust. Honey, I did not even know the person to even put my mouth there. So why would you even say something like that? You really need to get in check with yourself because you are wrong. I am not a liar and I have absolutely nothing to lie about. I would rather be sitting here grieving my child and having these beautiful ladies that have been there catching my tears. And I thought you was there catching my tears, but it was only one-sided. One-sided. You made this about you and it was about Carl. Aussie made it about her. It's all one-sided. And y'all are coming after me, and you have absolutely no reason to be coming after me. And I think it looks pretty shitty that you're coming after a grieving mother when you are the one that has been lying and lying out of your teeth since day one.
This time I was only 5 months in
and we will
grieving.
continue to produce the receipts. Shut your mouth. Make your apologies sincere. Move on, and we will remove our stuff. But until then, you want to keep on putting fuel on the fire and keep on putting fuel on the fire and poking the bear. You're going to lose. You're going to lose because you thought you was the most hated person on YouTube. I'm going to make sure people hear this. That's why we brought it over here. Because I got quite a few more people over here than I do up there on YouTube. Quite a few more. Probably more than you do on your YouTube channel. But I'm not out here for clout, and I ain't out here for money. I ain't out here for any of that bullshit. I'm out here to put the truth out there in front of you the way it is. Stop acting
That's
like
what
a
I'm doing
victim.
right now,
Nobody is
letting the truth
attacking
out.
you. Nobody is saying anything to you other than putting the truth out there. And that truth is what is hurting you. And it is what is making you go crazy on the inside. There ain't no sense that I need to be up here 5 months after I lost my baby and acting this way. Absolutely none. And giving you oxygen. I have done nothing but love you and stand behind you 100%. And when the creators were coming after you, who was there with you? I was. So were the rest of these ladies here. So were the rest of the other people that were in the back chat. They were all there. And that should say something that I don't think it was me because you said that it was me and that it was my fault. You need to sit back and reevaluate whose fault it was and who the common denominator is. That will be Carl and that will be you. Carl sparked it off and you finished it. So you need to go back and you need to check. Get yourself into check. Get yourself into some mental health. You say that you are mental, this, that, and whatnot. I don't think you can go around creating all these lies and lying to people and continue to lie to people when half of YouTube knows, because you was bringing creators up on your YouTube channel about how this is a survivor channel. And that's what it was about. Survivors. That's what we were there for, lifting you up. And then when we did not fit your narrative and we were not going to condone abusive behavior in our group, where not just I was attacked, but 2 other people were attacked, probably 3 or 4 other people were attacked. A consistent behavior. And you allowed it. But because he's more broken than others, you're the one that lost your friends, because we were true friends. We were like family. We loved you unconditionally. We still love you unconditionally. And we don't want anything bad to happen to you.
Wow.
We want you to stop lying and telling the narrative
I
of how
love
you
these
feel
ladies
that it
with
is.
conditions,
When the truth is in black and white, you did
I'm
wrong.
not allowed to break down.
Carl needs to apologize for his actions, not just to me, but to True Survivor, to Shining, to Charlie Girl, to everybody else that is involved. He needs to apologize to them. They all deserve an apology. I deserve an apology. You also need to give an apology. And I'm not talking your shallow apology, because there should be no buts about it, because it's not about you. It's about how you treated the people in this chat room that are survivors and that have had you, that have had your back since, and probably will continue to have your back. You need to stop going up into people's chats and acting victim as well. You say that you've got the things. True Survivor went in there and said hello. There's absolutely no reason that we cannot go into a chat and say hello to other creators without not being attacked or feeling bullied. Who is doing the bashing is you. You say what you're going to say and then you erase it. Other people have already seen it. I'm not going to erase my stuff. I don't dirty delete.
Oh, did you hear
I
that?
am one of those that are 100% honest. I do not like liars. I despise them with a passion.
You
And I
knew
do
that
not
one
like
too.
things that you've never stolen from me, but boy, you have lied to me. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but you have continued to lie. Continue to lie. And you will continue to lie. YouTube is not a place for you, baby. It's not a place for you. Next. And honestly, YouTube is not a place for
I
me.
completely agree with you.
I won't be up here tonight if the shit wasn't happening.
There are a lot of lies that have been told, and a lot of things that are questionable. I mean, you know, when you get caught in lies, there's everything comes into question. You know, there was things that were said about other creators. Just not really sure. I mean, did this person really say she was going to sell her children?
Yeah. Yes.
You know, I mean, there were some serious accusations being thrown around. That this other creator wanted to steal this lady's money, $3,000 or something, and wanted Jenna to help her. And I mean, was any of that even true?
Yeah. That's
I don't.
some of the stuff that was said.
Yeah, just and then this girl was a prostitute and a druggie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know, just so it just brings everything into question. And I know that we were told that when the whole secret chat was made because people couldn't be trusted, you know, that the other 3 people that were involved were left. The one had left because, you know, there was other things in her life she needed to deal with. Awesome. The other 2 who were still on the chat were not included in the new chat, and that's when we had to make the stand. Where are they at? Because they can't be trusted.
Yeah.
It can't be trusted. What? And it was told to us, oh, I called them and I had a conversation. Fast forward to now, guess what call was never made?
Yep.
That call. So we were under the understanding that they had a conversation, everything was kosher, that they knew, you know, hey, I created another chat because I couldn't trust you, blah, blah, blah. But that was never said.
Yep.
So, like I said, it brings everything into question. You can't believe what
Almost ready
somebody
to
says. And
and
just, I mean, just the simple
I thought
fact that she's, you know,
this live was
your
done April 16th,
banner on
2020.
your channel. It's a rising phoenix. Jenna's journey, where all survivors rises. It's not proper English, but that's what it said. Do not try to blow smoke up anybody's ass. And I'm sorry, I said
Yeah.
ass.
You're fine.
Do not blow
you're
smoke
fine.
up someone's ass and say, this wasn't her survivor channel. So and so made me that and put it on. Aussie made me that, and she made the intro because I'm a survivor. Excuse me? Then maybe it should have said Jenna's journey, Jenna's a survivor, not where all survivors rise. Come on. Talk your bullshit somewhere else, sister, because I'm so over it. See, I get irritated, you know.
You
It
get
just, it just, it makes me so mad. But you're going to sit here and talk circles and bull crap. Hey, oh, this wasn't a survivor group. This was just a mod chat for a channel that you had a header on that said all survivors rises. Come on. How stupid do you think people are? And the sad thing is there are people out there who are going to be gullible enough, like we were. And I'll say it. I know that doesn't sound nice, but we all fell for it. You know, we thought, you know, we all went into it with really good intentions.
I'm a smoker.
We
Like,
thought her intentions were
just
good
so
as well.
you know.
But this whole thing, how it spun out, really brought everything to light.
And
Really made everything just fall in. I mean, the puzzle pieces were put together just so nicely. And it's like, wow, now I see the whole picture. I see exactly how you are. And I see exactly how you treated everyone else who has quote unquote left you. And how you've done them
No, you're not on
is
camera.
exactly how you're doing all of us. And this cycle will continue because she's not done yet. Her little flying monkey she's got with her now, they'll be gone too. There'll be some kind of reason why. And oh, I've got to keep my circle even smaller. You know,
Yeah.
that'll be the next thing. Repetitive behavior. It's a cycle. It's sickening. She needs help. She really does. And that's okay if you're, you know, as she always says, my mental. Sweetheart, if you know you're mental, go get the daggone help you need. Don't be taking half a pill. Don't go and double up. Don't do this and that. You say you take a half a pill, but then you work before your prescription is due for a refill. You tell on yourself, honey. You tell on yourself. And you know you're mental, so don't be out there in the public, especially when you're not controlling your own medications. You're not taking them like you're supposed to. Do yourself and everyone else a favor and stay off until you get your shit together. Because all you're going to do is you are going to hurt survivors who are in different stages of healing. They are in different stages of processing everything. You're going to get somebody who's going to go up there and is just getting out of a relationship that is such a very volatile point. I think all of us who have been in a relationship, and I'm talking about relationship as far as adults, you know, childhood is one thing, but we're all adults on YouTube. So when you get out of an abusive relationship, it's a very sensitive time. Your emotions are so high and there's so many different directions that your head is spinning, you know, and then you got the people going halfway through. You got the people who are at the end of it, which for me, I think I'm kind of at the end of it. You know, I'm you know, older now. My abuse ended with my ex 23 years ago. So I'm kind of more towards the end of my journey on it. Do I ever think that we're 100% healed? No, I do not. So for anybody to even say that you're healed, I do not believe that anybody who has been victimized and put into, or not put into, but you're in a DVSA situation, you are never 100% healed. Those scars that are there that you talk about reopening are still there. That memory is not going to leave. How we deal with it and how we handle ourselves and work through things is completely different than it was 20 years ago when I first left. With that being said, we have to battle because we do have triggers. If we didn't have triggers, then I would think that maybe we were healed. But by having a trigger and something takes you back to that moment 20 something years ago, that damage is still there. Okay. But those of us who have been through a while, we have gone to therapies, we've worked through our problems, through the situations or whatever. I think, yeah, I would like to think I'm further along in my progress than I was 23 years ago, or 28 years ago. Nope, 23. Okay, so I'm further along in that journey, and that's okay. Everybody's at a different point in their journey.
Yeah.
I would like to think that I handle those situations that I've gone through differently,
I'm like an old man.
but the scars are still there. So 100% healed? No, I don't think if anybody is. So it's just, when you get to that point where I feel like I'm at in my process of it, you've got someone who kind of notices things pretty quickly. And in this situation where it blew up, where I said, I realized it as soon as I had to go back and read that chat, and I really read it, not just skimmed over it, missing this one, missing that one. I really read it. It all clicked for me. All those little voices that I kept hearing, those feelings I had were validated. I go, yep, this is what it is. I need to get out. This is abusive situation. I am not liking this. Now, because I'm at the process where I'm at in my journey, in how I process things and work through things, I am more bullheaded, and I will put my heels in and go, no, this is not okay. This to me is not healthy, and I am putting my boundaries up, and that is it.
Probably.
Now, all I can say is everyone has different processing times. Everyone has different boundaries. I respect that. That's okay. Just respect that my boundaries are for me. And I think you could see during this whole process, each individual, like you said, one by one, they were kind of like, hey, look, we want to come over here and chat with y'all for a second, and they were seeing things unfold from their perspective. And in their time, they were seeing what they didn't like and how it was harmful.
That is truth, Lenny.
And I think maybe we all recognize things at a different time.
For that.
In really, even when I had left the chat and things that transpired after that, I was just going, wow, this is even worse than I thought. Oh my gosh, you're more toxic than I ever thought you were.
Yeah.
And that's, everybody works through things differently. So
Timing
that's
is
what
how
my
you became
fear is
toxic.
somebody who is just going through this. They're at the beginning of their journey. What more damage are you going to allow to have someone who joins your group? And let's really hope that she doesn't have a group that is labeled as survivors of any kind. Survivors should not be in your channel or anything anywhere if this is how you're going to deal with people.
Yes, ma'am.
Because to me, as a survivor of DV, and I think it is very important for us to be able to stand up for others and say, hey, this is a dangerous situation for you. This may not be mentally healthy for you.
I agree.
So
Yeah.
that's where I stand with it.
Right. And I 100% agree with this because I have been just like the ladies up here,
No, you're fine. You can keep
been
it.
victimized
I'll take it off.
and have been manipulated. And I went into that chat room,
I have
and
the trigger.
all I said was hi to this creator.
Hello, Kawaii.
And you can see the little snoot remarks from certain people. And I knew exactly those were supporters, probably of hers, which I then felt that
Thank you,
I
Link.
finally needed to speak out and say what I felt. And I'm sorry that I did it on a channel, but I'm not going on her channel. And I told her that as long as she is with this abuser and supports this abuse and doesn't see that abuse. And I am just want to say to everybody, be careful who you trust. who you talk to, who you believe in, because I would have never thought in my whole entire time I've been in this group that this person was this dirty. And that's what I call dirty, a dirty hood rat.
You got it. You got it, sister. You got it.
That's the way to say it.
That wants to throw all the good people, everybody that has stood for everybody under the bus because
Yeah.
her mental status is not where she is supposed to be. And she wants to pawn that up on us. No, I'm not standing for it anymore. And you can call me what you want. You can call me a what you called me, the weaker link.
The weaker link. Yep.
Yep. At one time, to where you wanted to throw 3 people out of the chat because you thought we were the weaker links. Okay? You know how that made me feel? That made me feel horrible. But obviously, you don't have a conscience. You don't have a heart. And your little thing goes about, oh, I'm this, oh, I need help with that. Oh, can you, oh. You know, I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of you lying. You are lying. And you lying to yourself. And your life will never be there where you want it to be if you do not get true help.
You speak it, true survivor. You are awesome, and you are not a weak link, because whenever you came over to this group where most of us came after whatever had happened, let me tell you, this woman right here found her voice. She went rogue on us. I mean, just the voice and the power that's behind it, because we don't silence her. We let her talk. We let her get her feelings out. We support her in every move that she makes, because she is not a weak link. And this is what a true survivor will do. A supporter group, we will uplift and we will encourage and we will give props where they are given and where they need to be. And here, we don't silence voices. We do not make you choose. If you have this friend over here and I don't want you to be friends with that person over there, or I'm having a problem with this creator over here, we're not going to make you choose, because that's your prerogative. Wow, you hear that? You hear what I'm saying there? We're not going to make you choose. And look, there's no choosing, but we're not going to take your voice. We're not going to silence you. We're going to let you talk. I guess you have to be in the clan, that sisterhood, to talk. Because poor Judah up here, the one that had her voice, as soon as she got her voice, and look, I will take responsibility in it too. But whenever her leaving of the sisterhood, she got bashed as well. I did play a little bit of part in it, up in the chat and everything else. And you know how it is when you go to somebody else's chat. I take my part and responsibility in it. But it's like a bully mentality. And this poor woman's been through a lot too, Mystery Sky, you know, along with what's going on, what we're talking about up here. But the same thing with the sisterhood and the group. She's going through literally, she went through literally, and she was doxxed by them. Oh, Jenna, I believe. But they also went after her. That is the truth right there. Some never lied about their abuse, but some play with abuse like a tool against others. That is 100. We love you. We love you for who you are because love is unconditional. And we are going to do nothing but support you, uplift, and encourage. And we want you to use that voice and show just what a powerhouse that you are, because that's your beginning
Yes, she does,
stages of
Buckeye.
your healing.
I
And I
believe that's
really
how we
think
treated her.
this last week that you've been a week and a half that you've been here,
A year and a
and
half.
that you've become under attack as well. I think you've really put your heels in the ground, and I really think that you got your bullhorn and think that you're screaming, oh no, I'm not going to take this. And this is what a survivor does. You put it down in the ground and you take hold of the bulls by horns and you lasso them and you show them who you are. I love your strength, true survivor. You are an inspiration and will be an inspiration and become one of the biggest inspirations to save other survivors.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to develop your voice when your voice is not heard.
Yes. Yes. And maybe it took me
that
standing
voice,
up to the
we
bull.
took
I
it.
don't know, because
Finding
others did sort of try to stand up, but they just sort of let it go. I stood up and I did not let it go, and I would not let it go. And this is where it should have been just between me and him. Nobody should have ever even tried to interject. And that's where the problem began whenever it was interjected. And then that's when true colors started to come out about Jenna. I mean, hell, she's already said that she's going to get me for libel, but she's had me doxxed all over her page. So if anybody's going to get anybody for libel, let's go. You know, I mean, I got you too, boo. But I
Well,
just your last name, and I haven't said anybody else's last name, but I do have them, and I can say them if you would like. And we could really begin to dox if you would like.
well, that's just another word they need to look up the definition for, because saying a first name is not doxing. Thank you.
Oh, you just said that.
Exactly.
Huh?
But 99% of people
Shiny.
know who
You
Jenna
just said
is that's
that.
connected to the Summer Wells case. All you got to do is just look it up and see what a liar she was. I didn't want to believe it. And I never would have called her out if I was not put in this group under the guise of it being a survivor group. And whether it's a survivor group or not, yes, I'm a survivor, and I do actually run a group of survivors. But I needed a new place to be able to sort of, with my raw grief, have a moment with new people. Yes, I was with all my other people that I needed to be around, but I needed to be with new people, because with my old people, I'm just not going to talk. I'm okay and I'm all right, you know, because they see me as strength, they see me as strong. And here I was able to go in a place where nobody knew me, and I was able to just be me and not put my front on of being a strong person. You guys saw me at my weakest on my knees. I'm still there weak on my knees. I mean, yesterday you guys were just catching my tears, you know, because I have my days where I'm not okay. And there's going to be many more days where I'm not going to be okay. But there are days that you guys aren't going to be okay. And the days that I'm a little okay, I'm there to help catch you guys. And we play the role, and we're just catching each other. And that's sort of what I needed. And you guys have been strength for me for the last 3 months. And there's no reason that Carl and Jenna did what they did. You know, none at all. Absolutely none. If you trigger somebody, just apologize and move on. And it could save so much hassle. You know, so I really want to let Jenna know, look, I don't hate you. Because hate is a very strong word. I do wish you the best. But you need to quit this act. You need to stop your lying, because that is what you are doing. You are lying. You just need to stop, because you've done so much damage. You could do damage to those other people. Maybe they're a little bit stronger, maybe they're not. But when you have a group of survivors that you have literally damaged 8 of them, and probably a couple of more that we don't know about. There's probably quite a few more because there was one that came up on the chat the other day. I don't know who she was. I have heard a little bit about her, and we let her talk. We let her have a voice, and that got under your skin because this is the one that I guess is after you. I don't know. I'm not part of that, but you need to stop coming after me because I have
It's
not
from 2
came
years of
after
the
you.
chaos.
I am Shining, and the rest of us, we have put that truth out there, what it really is. And that's what you do not like. So you're telling the little white lies over little white lies over little white lies. And you are wrong.
Although toxifying
You are wrong. Just stop.
and
Once you stop, we will stop.
Chaos Queen, hello.
But I'm not going to sit here and tolerate you going up there every day with your snot nose and crying over it. Today you didn't cry. Why wasn't you crying today? You didn't have snot nose Annie up there with you, pushing you on, about crying. You crying today. I mean, her life that you was up there and having to go live, why? Why?
Yeah,
Because you don't want the truth out there?
I
You
went
don't want to be beat
step
up again
with
on
it in the
YouTube?
beginning.
People care about you. They want the best for you. But you cannot be out there lying and hurting people neither. And you hurt the wrong one. All of us, but when you hurt a grieving mother, I think you went a little bit too far. And you claim that you did not. There are witnesses that were sitting there in that chat room. There was absolutely no misunderstanding by what you said when you cocked your head to the side, looked at me dead in the phone, and said, "You are healed. He is more broken than you."
Amen.
Amen.
I'm not healed. I'm nowhere near healed. I am shattered, literally shattered. And how disgusting and disturbing of you to go after a grieving mother and continue to go after a grieving mother and then decide you're going to go to YouTube and you're going to dox this grieving mother, let alone dox people that do not need to be doxed. Who the hell do you think you are? That's a shame and it's disgusting behavior. Next.
Well, I just want to say one more thing. I wish that she will find her life, the life she needs, the life she deserves, and move on. But she does not need to be on YouTube bashing people, lying to people, nor taking sides by an abuser. I thought she had told us that she has been through abuse by a male, which it could be the opposite way around too. A woman could abuse a male. But for you not to see that and trying to force it down our throat, how broken this person is. Well, if he's that broken, he needs mental health too. And I mean mental health, to go to his doctor, be honest with his doctor, tell him what he's been doing, and get the help he deserves, because help is out there.
Yep.
We are just a sounding board for people that are going through it. We can guide in the right direction and support them in their journey. I hope you will find your journey. But right now, I am so hurt over the lies you have spread about everybody, the excuses you make. I wish you nothing but the best, but I'm done with you. I am done. Next.
Well, I just wanted to touch up on the whole grieving mother because it was said tonight
Oh yeah, a whole bunch. It's
that
okay.
if you're a grieving mother, then you need to go get counseling. You need therapy and grief counseling.
Yep.
And the way it was said was a little condescending, I think. But either way, one, who are you to tell a grieving parent they need to go get
This is an
counseling?
old live from 2 years ago, Toxified.
That is their call. You can suggest it, but why would you go on a live and say you need counseling? Blah blah blah. Excuse
All
me.
right.
Honestly, I feel if I had lost a child, I don't know if counseling would even help me. I'm just being honest. Me thinking about losing one of my children just sends me into a panic, anxiety spiral. Oh my gosh, I just want a ball. I've had dreams. I had a nightmare one time that I had lost my daughter, and I woke up horrified, and I cried for days because it felt so real. And it was a very graphic
I'm
dream.
there with you, Toxified.
All right, we'll never forget it, and it terrified me so bad. I was so, and I just kept telling myself, no, it didn't mean that. It meant this, and it had to have meant, I don't know why I dreamed it. I still hate that dream. Um,
Hey, baby.
but honestly, the way it felt, it's like nobody could sit there and tell me anything that could make me feel better at that time. Just having a dream, it wasn't
100.
even real. So,
Nice. 100.
I think if somebody's going to get counseling, it is completely up to them. It is up to them what kind of counseling to get, what works for them, what doesn't work for them. And I think that it is very important that the person makes that decision on their own at the time that they need it. And I'm not saying that counseling doesn't work. I'm not saying it isn't important. But I honestly just feel that at certain points, I just don't know at what point I would be even able to go to counseling and able to listen to someone, just because I'm just saying how I think I would react to it. Okay. I would just be so wrapped up in my grief that, I'd be more, this is just me though. I'm just like, I want you to know how I feel. You need to feel this pain because you have no idea.
Yeah.
Not that I,
But last night, shining on your video, literally on your video last night, you said, because you're coming after me for the group, I don't know, because you're the talker, but you got other people that laugh over there. But anyways, you said last night that I'm playing victim of a grieving mother. Are you listening to your words up here? Are you literally listening to your words? Wow. Not a little bit hypocrite, you think? Okay. We're almost done. Not. We still got quite a bit.
I want somebody to hurt. It's not like that. It's just,
I want to go
if
to
you
bed.
only, okay, let me just rephrase it. If you only knew how horrible I feel, how horrible I felt, how can you, because you're not me, how can you even help me? And I know it's probably not making sense. In my mind, it makes sense, but I don't think you should command someone to go get therapy over grief of losing a child. These are things that you have to process. This isn't a mental illness. This isn't a woman standing up for, I'm going to blow my brains out and then say, I was just kidding and I just wanted you to know how bad I felt. And then say, I never said any of it. That whole thing. That you need mental help for. Okay? We're talking about grief. That's a whole different thing than a mental disorder.
Can I interject something in that?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Nothing. I've done anyways.
I had, before I came to the group,
100%.
I had suggested, because it was suggested to me, because my mom has been going for 5 months now,
Mhm.
suggested to me to go to grief counseling.
How
I suggested that. I said, maybe Dusty needs grief counseling. But I did never ever said anything about it's mental or anything like that. grief counseling and mental counseling is two different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I just
Exactly.
suggest it from the goodness of my heart because I'm going through my mama's passing away. I was not able to be at her funeral. My mom is in was in Germany. She lived in Germany, and that was the hardest thing. And I'm still going through that.
Yes, ma'am.
Love you, true survivor.
Yep.
And it is hard to wake up in the mornings having to go through the same thing that I have been through
So glad you're
before
please talk.
to being mentally abused and it not being seen by a so-called survivor
Winnie.
and that you've been just left in the lion's den.
Mm-hmm.
And then it starts with the words. Then she wants to, oh, I have receipts. What is it with you and the receipts? You wouldn't need no freaking receipts if you were honest.
Exactly.
True, honest.
Mm-hmm.
That right there
Exactly.
tells me no trust in anybody. And that
Mm-hmm.
was all a lie you ever dished out.
Yeah. And you bring a good point up there because I would just like to know if Dusty's healed, then you must be healed too.
Yeah.
And this other person is so broken.
I know.
Are you broken
me
because
too.
your daughter walked right by you at the store and doesn't even acknowledge your existence? Probably because of things that you have done. Because according to your behavior that you've displayed to us, I can only imagine how you treat your children. Just saying. Is that why you're so broken? Because of your actions that your own child doesn't even acknowledge you? And let's face it, he is in a wheelchair. It's not like you'd miss him going through the store. She walked right by him. She knew who he was. Why is that?
Yep.
So, if that means that you're more broken than somebody who's lost a loved one, wow. We see where people's, what do you want to say? You see where their lines are, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Their
Okay, so
passion.
yeah, yeah. So, and I understand he's disabled. I understand he has to have surgeries. I get that, whatever. But that does not make you more broken or more, upset
We were speaking about
than somebody who's grieving the
me,
loss of a loved one, right? Like, okay. Now,
Mystery
I'm not trying to
Sky
take away from his
and
feelings and emotions,
Shining. Correct.
but I saw
From
that
2
man
years
cry
ago when we
more
were
than anybody
playing.
else, except for
And
maybe Jenna.
at one time, we were
Because
talking
she said
about
she didn't cry.
because
That's
we were
another
going
lie
in
she
for
said,
our
y'all.
floor.
She said she had not
She
cried
knew that she
until
was
her
going
husband
there.
had to leave. He left. She had to kick him out, for whatever. And that's not true. There was many times she had tears going. And that's okay. That's what we're there for, to help you through it,
Yep.
But don't lie about it. Don't sit here and tell us, blow smoke up our ass that we weren't sitting there catching your tears.
Yeah.
And, we saw a lot of hers and a lot
You
of
don't
his.
have out talks
You
about
sitting here boohoo crying all the time, dude. Are you serious? Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but when I really look back and I think about it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, wow, like you really do have depression issues because you're so upset all the time. I mean, you're upset, crying, or you're mad and screaming and yelling at someone. You're getting irritated every time we turn around.
Mm-hmm.
It's like walking on eggshells around them. These are things that I swore I would never do anymore. I had to do it with my ex. So
He was such a gentle soul.
I'm walking around eggshells on it for anyone. Now I will have empathy and I will be compassionate and considerate of others.
Yeah.
But walking on eggshells is a totally different thing.
I totally understand.
That means you can't be who you are because somebody else is doing what they're doing.
Exactly. And that's where True Survivor lost her voice.
She did. And she was silenced. And I used to think, gosh, she's being so quiet. Like, she's not speaking up. She's not speaking up. She's not saying anything. or when she did try to say something, this person would speak over her.
Yep.
It was almost like intentionally, there was a few people that he would constantly go after. As soon as they'd start talking, he'd interject something completely off the wall.
Yes.
So much so that one time I was like, that's it. I've had enough. And I, again, I was being nice. And I said, hey, did you not hear so-and-so talking? No, I didn't. Which was bullcrap because the person had been talking for at least a minute. She was telling us, a situation or whatever. So I know you heard her. You just were that rude that you had to interrupt.
Yes.
So, and that's what happened with True Survivors. And it was just very sad looking back.
Yeah.
And that's why when, first few days she was in chat with us in the new chat, and to hear her talking and hear her voice, I was like, I had tears because I was just like, oh my gosh, she was so silenced and I didn't realize how silenced she was.
I agree, Toxified. I agree.
And that broke my heart that I didn't recognize that sooner. But I was so glad to hear her.
Yes.
God, she's got her voice
There's
down.
some
Yes,
things that I was told last night on their live.
And I'm just sorry that I didn't see it sooner. I didn't realize, that's what I feel bad about.
Okay. Nope, it's okay. And the only thing I think about is there is a reason why this happened. This all happened for a reason, that I can find my voice and I can get stronger. And with the help of everybody here, even this grieving mom here, which is an awesome supporter of anybody in that channel, we all support each other when it comes down to it, when it's needed.
Amen. Amen.
Yep. So I want to touch a little bit, whenever, she said that I need to go into grief counseling and everything else. I've actually been in grief counseling. And I've been trying, I mean, it's only been 5 months. This is one of my children. She had made a statement today, but in that same breath, she totally contradicted herself in this.
The voice that was
like,
just talking, that's
child.
Mystery Sky.
And then, it goes to, I've lost my mom, my dad, and, other loved ones. And she goes, I can feel how you feel. It's not even about validating my feelings. I don't need my feelings validated. I just need
Loved her.
a shoulder to cry on sometimes. I just need, it's just like yesterday, whenever I took a nap and I had a dream, and, Charlie girl, she knew something was wrong, and I didn't know how to approach it. I didn't know how to talk, because I knew as soon as I opened my mouth, I would cry, because that dream was just impactful, and it bugged me. It hurt, and I just wanted the dream to keep going.
Thank you, Toxified. I appreciate
And at that moment, you guys were talking, and you stopped, and it was just that silence. It was like, I just needed to get that out. I needed to cry for a moment, but we're okay. I mean, that's what's called grief. It happens, and it will continue to happen. During this time in that group, I never lashed out at anybody. Was I opinionated? Of course, I'm opinionated, but that doesn't make me a bad person for being opinionated. I've never raised my voice at anybody. Well, I did. I did raise my voice at one in that group when she would not be quiet, and there was this big thing that was going on with all this black magic and this voodoo stuff, and oh gosh, it was crazy.
Well, Purple will love that.
And I needed her to be quiet. So yes, I did raise my voice at her, because we were trying to save somebody else that was in a complete what do you call it? It's not paranoia. There was psychosis. They were in psychosis, and I needed this other person to be quiet so I could talk the other person that was in psychosis down. And that is what I was doing. And she just kept talking over and over and talking about black magic and killing people and her face and all kinds of stuff. And I had to take this person into a private chat that was in psychosis to talk her down. And, you know, I'm still dealing with my grief, but I'm still giving a lot of me out there too,
Right.
you know. And in this group, I've never ever lashed out at anybody.
Oh,
Never. Not
So
until I
much
stood
love
my
sent
ground.
your
And when
way.
I stood my
So much
ground to
love.
Carl, I still didn't even lash out at him.
No.
I
I
understand that
still did not even lash out at him. So I think that, you know, I held
things
myself
will ever
at
take
a normal rate that a normal person would hold themselves. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've probably got depression right now. It's pretty obvious, you know, but I know how to control myself as well. And that's how I explained to you ladies. It's like whenever you bleed, you're not healed and you bleed, you're bleeding onto others. And they have problems and they need to take these problems and they need to get serious help. My heart breaks for Jenna. But Jenna does need some serious psychotic help, psychosis help, something, because there's a lot of paranoia going on. There's a lot of lies that are involved. She's not sleeping well. There's a lot of deception. There is a lot of like, I don't know how to explain it. Like if she feels like if you're not a friend or people are attacking her when absolutely nobody is attacking her. Nobody is out there to get her. We were never ever out there to get her. We literally just walked away, not even to give it oxygen. It was done. It
I
was
just want to
over
hug
with.
you,
We
me.
were moving on with our lives.
Just want to
But
give you lots of hugs.
instead, she's the one that had to keep poking the bear and poking the bear and poking the bear. She will not let it lay. And it has to lay. She needs to lay it down. It's done. It's over with. We love you. We support you, but we are not going to get entangled in that web no longer. And we hope that other survivors that are out there that are in this YouTube world do not get entangled in this web as well. It's not a good web to be entangled in. Because there is a lot, they dump on you, I guess you can say. You get dumped on. And it's not a healthy environment with Jenna and her flying monkeys right now. It is not healthy. There's a lot of being used. There's a lot of being, if you don't agree with me, well, you're not my friend. Well, that to me is a one-sided relationship, because I don't agree with you. It's okay to not agree with somebody and still have a healthy friendship with them. You know, it doesn't mean that I dislike you because I disagree with you. It just means we have a difference of opinion, and that is what we are entitled to, a difference of opinion. But we will still have each other's backs. We will still be friends. You know, and this is the thing that she cannot seem to get into her head, you know, and I just need the bashing to quit because I do not need this negativity right now. And I'm sure you ladies don't need the negativity as well.
No.
You know, I just want to do what I need to do, you know, and be on with my life. I do not want to have to be stopping hours out of my day to have to rebuttal a live that she decides to put up and bash people or bash me or attack me when I've done absolutely nothing wrong but put the truth out there. Something
Right.
that she was only putting half truth out. And I'm going to put the full truth. We are going to put that full truth out there, whether she likes it or not.
That
Her
would be
best bet was
awesome
just
thing to do.
letting it
Talk
go. Just let it go. It's simple. I
Yeah, and where she contradicted
Like it.
herself, because I'm waiting for you to finish it off, because she had said she lost a child. I lost my parents. I only have me and my sisters left. She goes, I can't imagine how it'd be to lose one of my children. Well,
Yes.
what? Okay. If you lost a child, then you would know. But I was just kind of floored. I was like,
You're
wow.
fine.
I think I know what she was referring to. And again, communication is key. You know,
Really?
you need to communicate properly. You know, she had a miscarriage because of
Find
abuse,
me
supposedly. You
on
know,
Facebook.
um,
I remember your name.
so the
Find
baby
me
was
on
not
Facebook.
full term, and she
Tell me where to go, and I would like to get in
lost
there.
a baby in early pregnancy.
Yeah.
Don't say you lost your child, then turn around and say, I can't imagine how it would be to lose my
Promise
child.
you, I
Well,
won't beg you for money
that
every
doesn't
5
make sense,
minutes.
you know. Like I say what you mean what you say. Because I'm gonna take you at your word so you prove otherwise.
Yep. And I wanted to just say that grief counseling is not for mental. Grief counseling is basically they will guide you through your grief. They
Exactly.
will listen to you, they will stand with you, and they will pray with you.
Amen. That's what it's
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
And that's what grief counseling is about.
Yes.
yeah. And I think it's great. I'm not saying that it isn't, okay? I'm just saying it's
Yeah,
up to the individual person when to seek that grief counseling, because I do feel that it is a thing that you need to be prepared for. You need to be open
right,
to it.
I'm
If
beside
you're
my
not open to it, yes, we can suggest, hey, how about some grief counseling? You can have
right,
one-on-one, you can do group counseling, you can do, there's options. But it's not for us to demand someone get grief counseling when they're not ready for it yet.
right,
Or perhaps they're already in grief counseling, you know.
right,
Perhaps if you listen to someone, what they're saying, and get out of your own head and stop being so wrapped up in yourself, then maybe you would know if they were already in counseling.
right,
Exactly.
Okay.
right. Well, I understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to clear that up with Dusty. That
Yeah.
Oh
was
yeah.
just a suggestion, and it was it was supposed to be set as a suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she used it as a tool and an attack mechanism. And yeah, it just makes her look so much worse when she is attacking a grieving mother, and
Yeah,
it does. It makes a person look really, really bad. Like,
right,
I need to step back and I need to shut up for a minute because I should not be saying some of these things that I am saying out here in a YouTube world or in public for other people to hear. Because there are other people out there that have lost a child and would probably scratch her eyeballs out if they heard the way she speaks to a grieving mother that has only lost her child 5 months ago and has been in a support group for 3 months with her in there. Can you imagine in that 3 months, some of the things that were said, and then for her to say the true colors of what she truly felt that day. There was absolutely no miscommunication when she told me I was healed. Absolutely none. And no, and when people hear what was said, they are not going to like it. And when people truly see how she goes into other creators' chats and plays this victim, oh, they're after me. Why are they after you? Why? Why are people after you? They are after you because they want you to be honest. You did something that was wrong. You have not been honest and you have been lying. And once you lie and you are called out on your lie, and now all of a sudden you're changing your channel and you are no longer a survivor channel and quote, you never was, you are lying. Just downright lying. And I want people to see this so that they do not fall into
I am so
a
sorry.
web. Because
Hugs
like Shining
and love to
said,
you.
all the things that you have
Hugs and
told
love.
us in the past now are totally irrelevant, because if you lie over something so small, can you imagine what we have been told throughout these few months being with you, having your back, how easily that it is for you to lie to us?
Yeah, and we've said, ride or die, man. We got you. We would stand with you, even if we didn't agree with what you were doing. We stood up next to you to support you. And, it was said earlier today, oh, ride or die, but she let it die. And that's true. It's very true.
Yep.
So, these friendships weren't worth saving in your eyes, or, working on, or whatever, or not destroying, I should say. But, in all honesty, looking at the situation and everything that's occurred, and how she has stood for one person so strongly, I think we use that term friendship, but realistically, there was never a friendship there.
There wasn't.
Linda Marie.
There was never a friendship because friends do not treat friends. It's never the same. Like garbage or like
Never
trash
do
and just
any
throw them
child
out when they don't agree, but yet have an
Nothing else
abuser
like
in the group.
Exactly.
Then
But then
they
it's,
also turn
Mhm.
around
better.
and technically become the abuser as well
Last night on a live.
and manipulate. The sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
I'm so sorry.
Your tongue can break somebody's soul. It really can. Words are just as powerful as those sticks and stones. They really are.
That shining what I just
Yeah.
said.
So
Words are powerful.
I mean, if anybody gets anything off of this tonight,
Or lies.
whether it be in the YouTube world or whether it be on the Facebook, because it's said now, it would have never came to Facebook, but because I am being bashed and I am being centered out that this is all my fault and blah blah blah, the accountability really needs to be taken between her and Carl, who is accountable for their actions. I only stood up to a
It's still a
bully, an
baby.
abusive person.
It's
And
still
whenever I stood up,
a piece of
everybody
you, a
else
piece
stood
of
up
your
as
heart.
well. And when they stood up, they saw what was going on.
It's-
I did absolutely nothing wrong.
I'm so
I still
sorry.
hold to my truth. And my truth is, quote, in black and white. It always has been. And, when you go up there on a live and say that you lost 70-80% of your chat, there's a reason why you lost it. And I just don't think it was because of us.
In what year do you
It
know?
was your actions that caused it. It was Carl's actions that caused it. And you two really need to get some help. Really, really need to get some help. I don't want nothing bad to happen to you guys. I wish you guys the best. But I really hope nobody else falls for you guys. I really do.
Yeah, because 7 out of 10,
Had a
and 10 of them
hysterectomy
was
on the
including the creator of the page, the creator of the chat, and her 2 flying monkeys
Oh,
who stood
wow.
beside her. So what that is, that speaks volumes. And I saw in a chat where somebody had said, oh, and they were jumping on the bandwagon in support, Then all of a sudden they just, wait a minute, you mean everyone is acting like idiots or something like that? I'm pretty sure it was idiots or something like, and it was questioned. You mean everyone is acting like that? And then there was not another comment made by that individual.
What?
I thought, like I said, you keep talking, people are going to see. People
No,
know. They
I
can tell what's going on. They've seen this pattern in your behavior before. Now they're seeing it in greater numbers. You mean 7 out of 9 people left and they're no longer with you? What is that telling you?
No way.
There's something seriously wrong there. If 7 people are in agreement that this is not okay, and for whatever the reason is, because everyone's perspective is different, but they are all seeing something that is not all right and they don't like.
And a little FYI, we are all together, including the one over the pond. We've never made her choose. She is mutual between us because we trust her, just like you trust her, and she will continue to be our friend.
Yeah.
She continue to have open arms with
Are you
us
serious? Oh,
because it's called trust.
wow.
We never
She's
make
a-
anybody choose.
She's an amazing person too. I just don't know why. I mean, everybody in our chat is just amazing. I really love each one of you. And it hurts my heart that somebody is so willing to just throw you away like trash.
Yeah.
Dispose of you, your collateral damage, because you know this person and da 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 da. It's like you did not see the value of any of the relationships.
Yeah.
You
So the
didn't see
thing we
how
do think
important they
about,
were
ladies,
and how
is
valuable
that's
each
why I got the
person was.
trigger warning up there, and I'm so
And that's
sorry.
why she wonders why she does not have any friends.
Exactly.
She tried to use that person across the pond earlier to get us scared or whatever. 100%. Unfortunately, it didn't work because we have a understanding that we're not ever going to put that person in the middle. None of us were ever going to be in the middle because we're
No.
not in the middle. We don't make anybody choose. You can be friends with whoever you want to be friends with. You're okay. You know, because we don't talk about people. We have absolutely no reason to talk about people. We have our lives. We have our families.
I'm just blown away by
do what we have to do on the outside world of Facebook and YouTube. You know, we have lives. Our world is not wrapped up in what people think about out there. You know, I can give two shits what you think about me. I really do. But if you're going to be lying on me, there's going to be a different story. I am going to hold my ground because I am not a liar. I have no reason to lie, and I will not lie to anybody.
You hear that,
None at all.
Shining?
It's my biggest pet peeve.
You hear that, Shining?
My biggest one.
Amen.
Amen.
Well, I got an amen from you there too.
Mm-hmm. You know, so with that being said, we've been on here, ladies, for almost 2 hours. I hope we got out what we needed to get out.
You remember?
I really want this drama to end because there's no reason that we have to keep defending ourselves. So, you know, to the other party, Jenna, I am asking you, you know, you want us to quit? You know how it's going to happen. Just stop. Coexist. Be normal. That's all it is. Stop putting people out there up on YouTube and stop beating people up. You've doxed quite a few people. You've called me out quite a few times. You've had your flying monkeys call me out quite a few times. And now you're saying you're going to get me for libel. Well, with what you put up today, that is libel because my full name is out there. And that's okay. That's all right because I'm not afraid of my full name being out there. I'm not afraid of being doxed. So, I mean, if you want to play a game, that's okay. We can play a game because I do the legal way as well. And I don't have to create fraudulent papers. I just do legal stuff. And I don't think you want to be in any legal battle with me because I'll make sure you have to come down to Florida to fight a fight. You know, and that's not a threat. That's a promise. So you can keep on going or you can just shut it down and squash it right now and be done with it and move on and stop going after the survivors that were in your group and mostly stop going after a grieving mother. I don't have time for it,
She was the
but I will make time for it if I need to.
Thank you for having us up here, Dusty. Thank you for having me. It was
Yes, thank you for having us.
I'd say it was a pleasure, but next time it's going to be much more uplifting, much more smiley faces.
Okay, so that's really technically the end of the live. This live was done April 16th, 2022 is when this live was done. It was done at 10:10 p.m. On that date. Because Shining said that I'm the one that brought this to YouTube. This is Facebook here, what you guys just watched. Now, let me bring this other one up real quick. I'm so tired. It is so late. So, this one, that morning, April 16th, 2022, 11:31 a.m.
11:31 a.m. I wrote this to my friends, letting them know that there was going to be a video coming up. Just a little heads up. The video that was done last night on Coffee Talk will be up soon. There's some editing that needed to be done on a few of the receipts, taking out names. But don't worry, you don't want to miss it. Truth Hurts, which is the live that I just did on Facebook. And I'm pissed and disgusted at how one guised a group and called it a survivor, then lies about it when it's called out. Many lies have been told. Jenna is another Ernie Shell, just a different state. Hopefully by the end of the day, it should be ready. You don't play with people's emotions or lie to them. And that was written April 16th, 2022 at 11:31 a.m. in the morning. So Shining. Make sure I get the right one. I kick myself. So, you told me last night on that beautiful little live that you did, man, told you I was gonna let it lie. I was done with my last live, putting all the information out there about Bart, and y'all was just, you couldn't do it. So you made a comment and you're like, well, you do have the Facebook. You did do a couple of videos about this on Facebook. And I forgot all about the videos that we did on Facebook. So thank you for reminding me. It just proved again that you're a liar. You dirty deleted a live because you don't want it out there. And this wasn't what I put up here tonight was to bash Jenna, because it's out 2 years ago. They've forgiven themselves. They're in the group again and everything's been forgiven, right? So Jenna probably never even seen this live, but I still do have it. And they told me to dig, or they were telling everybody in the chat to dig. You will find all kinds of dirt on Dusty. So I dug as well. I'm like, well, I'll be damned. She reminded me about these damn videos. Well, let me go look. I think there's 3. One of them I'm not going to share. It is about suicide and anxiety, talking about children. Yeah, it's suicide, anxiety, mental health on children. And I think there's another one. I literally ran out of time today. I mean, I had a redo Purple's live, gave her another view, so I could hear what was said at the very end of the live. Because she literally told Charlie Girl last night on her live before they were getting ready to go, oh, by the way, Dusty said that somebody messaged her, or she received a message to go into Jenna's chat. That was not at all in there. I listened to that 5-hour live because that never happened. That was not true. It is how I told Charlie Girl it happened. I just happened to wake up and saw that Jenna was live, and I was just sitting there laying there listening. And that's when I heard my name said. Who brought it to YouTube? And it's who, because I also went over there and listened. It's who brought it to YouTube. And well, they said Dusty. Oh, I'll probably go to sleep listening to that one, Kai. So you're saying Dusty did it, right? And I'm not allowed to say no, that's not true, because I've always said that we were in this all together because we talked about it. And just that lovely live we did 2 years ago sort of shows, and just such complimentary on everybody. And it's a sad shame that two of those people that were on that live 2 years ago getting the shit bashed out of them or had the shit bashed out of them. Think about it. Who's the common denominator on that one? You know, I believe it was said in that live, that tongue, it can break a person too. And I believe I said a couple of days ago, you could be the cause of why people would want to commit suicide. Just the way you go after people. I'm okay. I'm not going to even try that. I'm in a very good spot. Trust me. I'm in a good spot. I'm good. But I'm just wondering about you. Because, honey, you are a Jenna 2.0 100%. 100. So you also made the comment that I never reached out when your brother passed. I left you a pretty little gift on my community wall. I had you blocked. I reached out to your sister. All the message that I messaged with her are there, minus an article that your sister sent me about what had happened. I didn't want to put that up there out of respect to you and your sister. But I did put up the text where I did reach out, where I did care, where I had compassion, where I was praying, where I was lifting you both up in love. Not just Gloria, but both of you. And I was pretty worried about you as well. So don't sit here and say I never cared for you ladies, because it seems to be the other way around. I did care. And when I got snippy, because you got snippy with me first, and when I got snippy right back, that's when the whole atmosphere started to change. Literally started to change. You will not silence me. Nobody will silence me. I am very headstrong, just like you, and we will power struggle. I'm not a controlling person, but I am one that does speak the truth, and I have spoken the truth 100%. I have debunked everything that you have said in that live last night. All you got to do is go back and get it all. And I'm sure you're going to rebuttal, and that's okay. Because I am tonight. I mean, if we still want to keep going, we can. But I really want to let it lay. I ain't got time to be sitting 8-10 hours out of the day reviewing lives, because you're trying to make lies up over there to make me look like some kind of crazy fucking lunatic, when the truth is I'm putting receipts out that are totally contradicting everything that you are saying. Every bit of it. What more do you want me to put out? Do we need to keep going and scratching each other's eyes out? Or do we just let it go? Let it lay? The receipts are out there about what was said and what I know. And when my name was said, only Dusty, who brought it to YouTube. Dusty didn't bring it to YouTube. Shining brought it to YouTube. So, I mean, you can include the girls and me if you want, or do you just want the whole blame as well? Like you guys are trying to put the whole blame on me. We all did it together. Together. And just because you dirty deleted them, that post I had up there from April 16th, 2022, man, that literally just, I'm glad I keep my stuff. That literally contradicted it. Everything that you said about mine first. This was the first Facebook Live that we did together. The very first one. The second one was about children, suicide, mental health. The third one, I don't know yet, but I can look and we can see what's on it too. I'm not monetized, but hey, it may be good content. You never know. You don't know what's in it. No, Jenna might want to hear it because over on my Facebook, she couldn't. But you guys have made up. I get that. And I totally understand. But maybe y'all weren't fully honest with her neither. I mean, y'all did put everything out on the table, right? So everything that we spoke about in there and everything that you said in there, I wonder if she might have questions about that. Some truth, huh? And I also proved CJ a little bit wrong there too. So CJ is innocent, is she? And she's just as much of a little fibber, especially with that gracious story that she put out there, the sympathy story. Now look, I'm not going to knock another mother that has lost a child. I apologized in the beginning and I felt extremely bad if what happened was on that day of a memorial for her son that was a stillborn son. I'm sorry about that. And I did. I apologize. I was coming from the bottom of my heart. No, CJ's is 100% true. I apologized about that. But it didn't happen the way you portrayed it to be. You embellished a story. Yes, I did bring the doll out, but it was never in a box, and the box was never opened in front of you or the ladies. Nowhere. Especially when it was opened on Christmas with my family 20 miles away. And you guys weren't with me. So, let me see a couple of the comments. Would anybody like to come up? Anybody like to talk or anything? Maybe they got stories about Shining. I mean, we're late. It's pretty late. We see a couple of the things. I didn't even let nobody up tonight. Here. I've dropped link. Somebody might want to come up and talk a little bit. I don't know. It's up to them. Here you go. Let me read a couple of the comments. Going on 4 o'clock. You ladies don't sleep, huh? And also, there we go. I lost my train of thought and I'm getting tired. Yeah, I do talk. So I wish they would let it lay because they're talking about how about going after a grieving mother. Well, I've never used that card. I will stand up for my shit, and I also will stand up for what is right. But what was said tonight about the doll that was made, it's a newborn doll, about how hideous, and I don't even know the words verbatim, but I mean, it was so rude of what she said about that doll. And that doll is a spitting image of my son when he was newborn. And that just, man, that just, wow. To talk about, I mean, you're talking about a baby like that. Rather, it's not your baby, but that baby at one time, not the doll, but that baby at one time was alive. Whether that baby doll is a replica or not, that's what helps my heart. Yeah. No, I will always stick to the truth. My story has never changed. And I never asked these ladies for any money whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, if I would have been able to talk with them in the chat about the struggle, I didn't realize, that talking about it in the chat with the struggle, because I mean, it is almost sympathy, yeah, but nobody needed to give me anything. I wasn't asking for anything. I mean, when you give something out of the kindness of your heart, you have a falling out with somebody, you don't rub it in their face. Literally, you don't, because that's ugly. And God don't like ugly. And these women say they're Christian, especially the one that we're talking about, very Christian, listens to worship music all the time. Well, I'm a sinner saved by grace. I can own my shit. And I always have owned my shit. And I will continue to own my shit. But I am telling you that the truth is what was said up there. I will always stand by that truth. And if you guys want to get together and want to change the narrative of what's been out for over a year and what you sat up here and talked about on panel, and yeah, it wasn't about that part on panel this time. I believe it was a few weeks after with round one, but we had already done a couple of lives before that. And it was March 31st when I dropped out of the group. You know why I know it was March 31st? It was two people's birthdays that day. I remember that too, but wait, I didn't care, right? I really didn't care, right? Okay. Thank you, Toxified. A newborn doll is what a newborn doll is people make dolls, baby dolls, a newborn that are newborns. And they take a picture of your child that was alive at one time. My son passed away when he was 19. It was in 2021. So I have a whole bunch of baby pictures of him. So I got the closest one. And this lady had made this newborn doll for me, and it looks identical to my son. In the very beginning part of the live, it's there. My son is in the blue, the live one when he was alive. He's there in the blue. And the newborn doll is the one that's like in a garnet red. That's the newborn doll one. Is CJ in here? Most people are giving her roses. I don't see her. Yeah, they're saying if you would have not ran off and got angry and went away, you would have been privy to the information. You know, at that time, God just moved me on. I didn't need to be privy to that information. I really didn't, obviously. Yeah, that would be great, Toxified. I would love to have a fun night. I just have to figure out how to do a fun night. I'll learn to laugh again. I saw something. And you're right. Whatever gets you by Dusty should not be judged by anyone. And that's right. Nobody should be judging anybody. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Even in those 10 months that I was in there, and if I had a past, I got a past. We all have past. We all have skeletons. It's a part of life. Thank you for the follow on Facebook. I don't carry my newborn baby around. It's in the memorial with my son at the age that he had passed. And then I have the newborn baby laying in front of the memorial, but I don't carry it around. I mean, it almost makes you think it was a tool for control, because if you're kind enough to give it, you give it from your heart. It's not like Shannon said, I got my pocketbook open to you, and my pocketbook is never going to be open to you again, and blah, blah, blah. Honestly, I didn't ask for anything. Yeah, I was struggling. I still struggle. It's a part of life, but I will make my way. And if I ask for a little help, I go on my Facebook page and say, hey, I'm low on gas, or I need a little bit of help with my electric. Here's the receipt with my electric. Here's the little numbers, not the numbers to my banking account, but here's what's in my banking account. And here's how much I have left on my electric. I have so many days until I get a couple of dollars in my child support check. I need a couple of dollars to throw in the electric or gas, whatever it may be. People give from their heart, and I may only get $25 with that. That's fine. That's enough to put 4 or 5 days on my electric. That's enough to put 25 in the gas tank and be able to go around for a couple of days. That's fine. That's all I need. It's not like whenever I put a blessing up there, I'm getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It don't work that way. And all these fake GoFundMes, I explained those GoFundMes. Literally explained them. Thank you, Toxified. Yes, mine's not silicone though, Linda Marie. And it's hard. We all have history. No one is above anyone. Just never do something you have to say sorry for, ever. And that's true. And if you do something and you hurt somebody unintentionally, or if you wasn't paying attention and you didn't mean to hurt somebody, we apologize. And that's all you can do is apologize. You don't have to cry to apologize. If you're being sincere, that's coming from your heart. And that's literally where my apology is coming tonight to CJ. It's coming from my heart. I apologize for what I did. I did not intentionally mean to hurt her at that moment. I honestly didn't. Maybe I wasn't thinking straight, or maybe I wasn't listening, or maybe one ear went in one ear and out the other, or maybe I might not have been on chat. I might have been at my parents' house when that conversation had happened. You're fine, Toxified. Amen. Amen, Toxified. And I always make sure I pay it forward. Always. I am, Linda. I am. And sometimes if I can, if I get a reading, um, I'll be all right. Sometimes I don't even get readings. I'll go a week or two without readings. And look, this economy is hard right now. This industry is hard. We're all, not just me, we all of us, we're all fighting to put food on the table and gas in our vehicles, clothes on our kids. We're all doing that. So they don't have that time for those readings or those extra readings. Oh, and about the psychic with quote, the psychic, like what they say that I did to Iris. Iris, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I went in there with a thought in my mind. And if the cards would have picked it up, or the psychic ability, I don't know. If it would have picked it up, I would have been, it would have been, I would have been all right. It would have been different. But you may not have known me on a personal level. You may not have known me on a personal level, but you did know of me. You didn't know who you knew my name, I guess. You knew that I was a mother that had lost a child in what Jenna had said at that time. It was on Purple's page. And that's around the time that I got the reading from you. So you did know who I was. And when it went to my son, and going through it, I mean, I guess the cards automatically went to my son. I really wasn't prepared for that. I wanted a little bit more. So I don't want to be, quote, the number one psychic. That's a complete and utter bullshit. Because we all have different gifts. And we all use our gifts differently. And I'm sorry that I stepped on your toes. I am. I apologize for stepping on your toes about it. That's your way of living, and you have your people that trust and believe in you with your gift and with what you do. And I have my people as well that come to me that believe in my gift and what I do. We are all different when we come to being gifted or reading cards or whatever the case may be. And I'm sorry that I felt out of shape because that the cards went straight to my son. And I know you meant well that day. I know you did. But it was very painful. So I'm sorry that I stepped on your toes. That is the truth, Lenny. YouTube is so biased. It matters who you follow. The opinions will follow, truth or not. Yeah. I hear you, Ink. I hear you. And my child comes first. I might not have everything that I have. And my kid is a cheeseburger freak. She loves her cheeseburgers. And they're talking about, like, oh, spend $30, but you're up there begging. Well, we just drove about 100 miles on one of those trips to a specialist. The kid needs to eat. It's not like we just pack bologna sandwiches and go. Maybe I need to do that. But we didn't. And yeah, you guys were on the drive-through whenever I going through Checkers, getting the kid a cheeseburger because somebody knew that she was going to a specialist, a very big appointment, and wanted to be nice and wanted to help her to get her cheeseburger. That was somebody in the group too. That's because that's how us ladies were. I didn't just take from everybody in the group. I also gave to a lot in the group as well. And I'm glad your babies got the thing. I was already gone. So I'm glad your babies got the PlayStation. I'm happy for them. And I hope she got her dollhouse too. I'm happy for them. We had a beautiful Christmas as well. We spent it with my boy, my other boy. Wow, Kai. Without a doubt, $5 every 3 months. Wow. You can't even live off this. This economy sucks. I do readings. And you're right. If you can't pay it back right then, just tell your friend. And if they're real friends, they will be understanding. And that's true. Like if you let somebody borrow $25 and you have a little bit of time paying it back, because we understand that everybody struggles. Because if somebody tells me, yeah, I'm going to need it back, or can you pay it forward? I could do either or. And I'll offer to pay it back. I'm like, hey, I got the money. What do you want me to do? Whether you want me to pay you back or what do you want me to do? And that person may say, hey, go ahead and just pay it forward. I'm good. And guess what? It will be paid forward. Because that's just how it is. That's what you do. And it makes that person feel good too. And when it's paid forward, it comes with a receipt as well. Hey, Sassy Nos. Talking about the newborn dolls. I believe Sassy makes them, if I remember right from I think about 2 years ago. I think I remember seeing you write something that you make them or collect them. I don't know. Sassy Nos. I know, a little backed up in chat. You're a sweetheart, Ink. And thank you for coming by here. It sounds like you've got yourself in a really good place, and I love it for you. Aww. That's sweet. She gave you shit about a job or something that you wanted to, I want to do. Yeah. Well, I just found out the other night that they're tarot. I actually do angel cards. And look, if they want to do tarot, that's fine. Tarot to me are dark because they go along with the Ouija. So I don't mess with the Ouija and I don't mess with tarots because they represent the same. But I do angel cards. They are with light. That's true. That is why I stopped explaining everything said about me. People have to make shit up because they just like my simple opinion. There's probably going to be a hot live tomorrow, and a lot of shit's going to be made up. And I will just, I don't know if I'll rebuttal. Depends on what is said. Because I wasn't even planning on rebuttal, but I took my ass into that freaking live and talking about my daughter and everything else. And I thought kids were off limits, but you know, they know that that child is hooked on my hip. Literally hooked on my hip. She's got ears. Uh, can I ask a question? Have you ladies seen MC Lick pop around? Linda Marie, that is so true. Sometimes it's just easier to get a quick cheeseburger. And right now, the McDonald's has a $5 meal. She's happy with that. Heard who talk about the cheeseburgers. Now, my kid is addicted to cheeseburgers. She does eat other food. She does. It's not an everyday thing. It's a once a week thing that she'll get a cheeseburger. If she could eat them every day, five times a day, her whole life, the kid would be happy. Oh, okay, sassiness. Sassiness. Yeah, the reborn dolls. I was talking about mine. I put mine up. It's in the very beginning of the live. It turned into a long live. I just did a 2-hour thing. Aww. Yeah, I got 2 haunted ones. They're out in the shed. I won't put them in the house. They are ugly and they are scary. Amen, Inc. People come and go. Some will follow and hate on you too, and that's okay. But I know who I am, and I miss some of the friendships I had. As time goes on, yeah, that's true. I miss some of it too. Oh, how sweet, Toxified. Yes, always. The narrative always gets changed. But I want to come out there and I want to put the truth out there. You know, there's it's like they're saying, who brought it to YouTube? Who brought it to YouTube? Well, if you're going to get technical, I spoke on it in YouTube. But who brought it to YouTube? And it's very clearly in there. It says who. Um, it was Shining that brought it, not me. But all those lives are dirty deleted. That's why I played that 2-hour live tonight. Oh, thank you, Toxified. He was my teddy bear. He was my baby boy. He had a heart of gold. That's fine, Sassy Nos. Now, whenever you can, if you can, in the grief group, I would love to join it. I really would. 100%, Lenny. True survivors do not do what I have seen these folks do. Just like false prophets. No thanks. Yeah. Well, my the doll that I have in the house is my newborn doll. It don't freak me out because it looks identical to my son when he was newborn. But the other two that I had in here, they had to go. I put them in the shed on their heads. Haha. I've been around some scary stuff. I like a good joke too. And I actually do miss those jokes from Shining because she's very cocky with her jokes and just come off the top of her head. I miss those. That they literally would make me laugh, but these last 4 days showed me something. I'll tell you that much. %100 toxified. You know, you should never do what I've seen this lady go through and shouldn't make live streams after streams taken about things that were discussed in a group in private. In private. Yeah, because it's not a lie. It's all the truth. And it's always been the truth. And I get that they've made up. I get that. I totally understand that they got made up. Or they made up. But don't change that narrative. Yeah, it is what it is. And don't try to throw just one person under the bus. I still don't even have no hate in my heart. You know, I do. I miss these ladies something horrible. You know, I never planned on saying, oh, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to have to do all of this. I would rather just be in my corner watching my Lifetime movie stories and my true crime shit and, you know, maybe turning on Purple or maybe turning on something that Jenna might be talking about or turning on if Coffee Talk is on. You know, as I know she was coming on more and more. So sometimes I would just put those on just to listen, sometimes just to go to sleep with, you know, and never in my wildest dreams me standing up for truth and putting my heels in the ground saying, no, that's not true. And they're like, Charlie Girl's like, I'm not getting it. That, yeah, they're saying that they how I can't say it verbatim. I get it. I get what she's saying, that yes, they do agree that it was brought to YouTube, but that I spoke on it first. And yeah, maybe I did speak on it first in that live, but that live was very supportive because we all talked in that back chat and knew that we were going to bring it out because we had those receipts. They knew I was going to bring it out. They knew because we had already all planned on it coming out. And they can all sit there and say that it was not planned. It was planned. It was. We all knew that we were going to bring it out. If Purple goes back and looks in her messages from Shining, she will find those receipts. They're there. And she can look at the dates that are on them. They're there. You're funny, Ink. I love you ladies in chat. You guys are just so uplifting to each other. That's very powerful and so respectful to you ladies. If there's a male in here, raise your hand. Actually, I talked a little bit with Ink, and she is funny. I've had a couple of conversations with her back in the day, and she is pretty funny. And same with Lenny as well. Yeah, never blame an SA victim on how they dress. It's called ritualistic blame. I would never coerce a victim to downplay the incident. It takes guts to even make the claim. Thank you, Toxified. That energy is drained right now. I'm tired. Yeah. And be prepared. Tomorrow they're probably going to go at me hardcore again. And, you know, I made that statement whenever I was going through it. I was going through a bar over those 20 months. Yeah, that's one thing I want to, for that poo person over there. When I was going through it, I was going through that 20 months. I had the world coming at my back. And I'm not talking 2, 3 ladies, 4 ladies, 5 ladies. Nah. I had almost 2,700 of them just in Tampa, where I was at. Then I had the worldwide sleuth, the web people. That, man, I was trolled real bad. But people didn't understand what truly was going on. And then there was that gag order that was put on whenever we ended up with the lawyer, you know, with the GoFundMe. I found that receipt too. I got that receipt whenever everything was closed down and was able to finally talk about it. No, so if I need to bring that out, I can do that too. You know, with what had went on. Writing. Look, the past is the past. I really don't want to live in the past. You know, I really would just like to move on with my life and be done with this. I mean, technically, I really would like to. Oh, before I forget, the poo person that was over in Shining's chat asking, what is it? Did I open the door and the cat was there, or was it the owner? Obviously, you can't, it's not that I'm like being rude to you, because like I said, there's so many things out there where it's so misconstrued. I went out to feed my cat, the outside cats that I had that were there, not I had, that were there. We're not talking about the cats where I'm at now, that were outside. They're just feeding the outside cats because we lived in a really big community in Tampa. And when I had walked out, he was there. I picked him up and took him over to the owner. So that's how that happened. When I opened the door to feed the outside cats, he happened to stroll up there and wanted to eat. But he couldn't. So I picked him up and knocked on my neighbor's door and asked him if this was Marky. And I guess that's where the story started, with the shock. No, bring passed on over. Yes, I don't like the journey neither, and I miss people. At least who I thought I knew. Journeys are lessons and learned. Regret keeps us stuck. Love pulls us out. Powerful, powerful words, Lenny, and that is the truth. Yes, toxified. But you'll be ready for it. I was not there, but have heard enough from both sides to know that we come in peace and love. And that's exactly what I will come in, is peace and love. But I will keep my heels in the ground. Because I do not like being called a liar. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. When somebody is lying on me. A couple of them lying on me. It's not that I'm playing victim. But the truth is the truth. People are fibbing. And the fibs aren't coming from me. Liz Livaki, remember you and love you always. Oh, that wasn't for me. All right, ladies. Well, because he was hungry. It's probably why he came, because they had a couple of cats out there, probably like 8 cats or something. They would come up in the yard to eat because I would take a bag out there every night to feed them. It was because we lived in a pretty big community, so it was really the community cats, the outside community cats. Good thing came out of it for them. They ended up getting fixed, which was really good for me. The Bart came to you because he felt your energy, possibly. I did look into the story, and it's a pretty unusual story, but very believable. Thank you, Toxified. Yes, it does, Ink. A journey is very long and has many curves, sharp turns, but we will all make it through our journey in one piece. Yes. These people don't know the story, lived it. They will judge regardless. With half the story, it will be biased and judgmental. Screw them. Yeah, and that part I also see a lot of judgment. A lot of judgment. And I think that's what breaks my heart. I never judged any of these ladies. Never. And I never will. You know, I'm very upset at Shining with the way she's acting. And she literally is a Jenna 2.0. Literally. She's rubbed off on Shining. A liar is my biggest pet peeve, and if you're lying on me, I will put my feet in the ground. I will. I can't keep up with you ladies. And well, already 4 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Those who scream the loudest of sparks, the first live, are the ones who have the most to hide. You're right, Lenny. I didn't spark the first live. We were all together when the first live was sparked, and it wasn't Dusty that sparked it. It was on Coffee Talk. You can I don't know where you're at. Sometimes you can call a coalition, and they know, like, when they give grants to your state, and they will come out and they will trap them, fix them. Sometimes they'll do like a little tattoo on their bellies, or they will clip a little part of their ear to let the people know that they're fixed, for the outside cats, so they don't produce. It's good to keep the cat fixed so they're not producing. No, you're silly. It's about how it works, huh? Look around in your shelter, Linda Marie, and just call around. Sometimes small people have coalitions in your hometown, and they will come out and help you. Uh-oh, I don't know who the real mod is. Oh, be unfixed, let them be unfixed. He can go out and make a whole bunch of more green-eyed babies. I got one. We call him One Nut Wonder. That's my chocolate point. And they say that those are notorious. I need to say babe because I need to get off. They say those are notorious to be born with one nut. Yeah, that's true. No, I'm not going to touch no seats. Hopefully, I can take a break tomorrow because I'm spent. I seriously am. Like, I've spent all day looking at everybody's lives just to catch words and things that was said last night on a live that weren't true. So yeah, I'm pretty tired, and I wasn't planning on coming up and doing a live tonight, but I had a very upset little lady about how she dressed, and talking about clothing that she went out on, and it just, that hurt her so bad. She was so angry because she is very conservative on when we go outside of the house. Very conservative. Yeah, I mean, I really haven't been active up here. I won't touch your seats. Yeah, I'll find something to do. You know, I really want to get away from the drama and just get away from the toxicity. I don't want to be a part of it. I've been away from it. I mean, I've been away for a year and a half. I'm not going to say at that time the ladies were toxic, because to me they weren't. But now it's become negative and it's become toxic, and I just want to get away from it. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to keep going back and forth, tit for tat. Just let bygones be bygones. Let it lay. The truth is the truth. And I will find the receipts to back up my truth. Anything that is said, I will rebuttal. And I don't want to have to keep going through that. So with that, now y'all ladies going to keep me up all night. I really want to go to bed. So I hope you guys have a blessed evening. Thank you for coming in here. I actually had a wonderful time talking with you guys. And remember, you know, I was on that shining chat over there. I was told on my chat, people, you know, feathers flock together. So here we are. Thank you for coming into my chat. Thank you for conversing with me, and thank you for being a part of my life, my truth. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you guys all have a good, blessed rest of your evening. All you guys also get some sleep too. Go to bed, ladies. All right. Good night, y'all. Bye.